All right, you. With the name of Allah, we would like to welcome all of you guys to this live Zoom class. How are you guys, all of you? Are you getting my voice clearly?
Yeah, we are getting. Yes, you're great. How are you doing today?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. I would like to welcome all of you safety leaders from different parts of world, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. Um, Basically, this is not a one-way PowerPoint slide reading. I would give you concept and confidence for OSHA and for overall safety, right? That's it. So please switch off your mics. So once, and if you want to ask any question, then you can switch on your mic and you can ask a question. You can also type your question in chat box. All right. So um, my voice is clear. And if someone is not getting my voice, so they have to correct their audio setting. They have to settle down their audio setting. That's it. All right. Okay. So with the name of Allah, we're going to start today's live Zoom workshop that is covering OSHA compliance, safety compliance. I would like to welcome all of you guys. A lot of people are still joining. They're on the way, but let's start it. Excellent. So this is 7 p.m. Saudi Arabia, 8 p.m. UAE, 9 p.m. Pakistan, 9:30 India, and 11 morning in New York. So let's start. Okay. So we will be delivering in a simple standard English because we have international students. However, some of you guys they WhatsApp me individually that um, they want to be learned in their national language, that is Urdu/Hindi. So I would try to explain concept in Urdu/Hindi as well. But we have international candidates in this batch, so the training will be covered in simple English, standard English. All right, so let's start with the intro. Let's start with the intro first. So this is basically our today's overview. I'm not going to slide read. I'm not going to give you memorization. So training is not memorization. Training is not slide reading. Training is not just selling certificate. Training is transfer of skills, transfer of confidence, transfer of concept. So I'm going to give you concept and confidence. This is the value of today's 4 hours you are investing with me. Right? Most of the time, people think that uh, um, a lot of people think that I'm going to cover a lot of topics and I'm going to memorize you this. No, that's not the way. I'm not going to cover all OSHA standards. I'm going to give you concept and confidence. This is the value of this workshop. Got it? Any question on this? अगर मैं उर्दू में बात करूं तो आप जो कॉन्फिडेंस और कॉन्सेप्ट लेंगे आज के इस वर्कशॉप से, दिस इज प्राइसलेस. दिस इज माई गारंटी. अगर आपके लर्निंग रिसेप्टर ऑन है, हमारा जो रिवायती सिस्टम है वो लोगों को रिवायती बनाता है. हमारा जो वर्कशॉप है वो रिवायती नहीं होता, ट्रेडिशनल नहीं होता, वर्ड बाय वर्ड नहीं पढ़ते, स्लाइड रीडिंग नहीं करते और आपको रट्टा नहीं लगवाते. ठीक है? तो आज की इस वर्कशॉप को ज्वाइन करने के अटेंड करने के बाद आपका कॉन्फिडेंस और कॉन्सेप्ट दोनों नेक्स्ट लेवल पर होगा. एंड दिस इज सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट. दिस इज सेफ्टी लीडरशिप. दिस इज द लीडरशिप. आई वांट सी यू ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस लीडर. द लीडर. लीडर जो है वो लीडर की वाइब्स कैच करता है और कॉन्सेप्ट और कॉन्फिडेंस को इन उसका नेक्स्ट लेवल पर होता है. ऑलराइट.
ऑनलाइन क्लास पढ़ रहे हैं.
ये आप देखें, माइक्स को ऑफ, सारे स्विच ऑफ करें. माइक्स माइक्स इसके ओपन है जी. Excuse me. Okay. So concept and confidence to the next level regarding OSHA standards, how to read them, how to apply them. So after attending today's workshop, you would be able to describe what actual OSHA is. Your attention is required. देखिए, आपकी तवज्जो चाहिए. I need your full attention. Switch off your mobile phones. सेल फोन ऑफ कर दिया आपने? गुड. अपने आप को बंद कर लें कमरे में. बंद कर लिया कमरे में? ठीक है. अब जब आप सलाउद्दीन जौहर की वर्कशॉप को ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं तो फिर आप किसी की नहीं सुनते. ठीक है? उसके बाद आप अपनी भी नहीं सुनते. तो अब आपको आपको फुल अटेंशन देना है और चीजों को समझना है, दिमाग को लड़ाना है, दिमाग को यूज करना है. ठीक है? मैं आपको थिंकिंग एबिलिटी दूंगा, विजुअलाइजेशन कैपेसिटी बढ़ाऊंगा, इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपेसिटी बढ़ाऊंगा. आपने वाइब्स लेने हैं, वाइब्स कैच करने हैं. वाइब्स लेने के बाद, वाइब्स कैच करने के बाद, when you want to back to the workplace, you will be enjoying next level of confidence. So after attending today's workshop, what actual OSHA is, because outside US people's knowledge about OSHA is so weak. They are so dumb. Sorry for my words, but this is the reality. Crooks play them very easily. Crooks, crooks, fraud people, and because people don't have capacity to understand what is that, so they think they see OSHA traditionally. They don't try to know what actual OSHA is. So OSHA standards are very much popular, but OSHA is not a certificate distribution body. It's so it's a body, it's an agency under US Department of Labor, and their job is to protect US workers. That's it. And for that purpose, they have developed laws, regulations, standards to ensure, and they make sure that these are going to be enforced. All regulations, all states. So they are basically enforcement body as well under US Department of Labor, federal government, right? It's a federal law. And they also promote these standards through training and education. They want every worker, every supervisor to be trained on these standards, these regulations, why they should work safely with the help of OSHA standards and regulations. So they have They have established OTIs across US, OTIs, OSHA training institutes. They are partner institutes of OSHA. So OSHA basically doesn't teach directly. They have established, they have partnered with colleges and universities as and given them status of OTI. These are usually these are colleges and universities, which we call OTI, OSHA training institutes, right? And OTI teach and authorize OSHA authorized trainers in the US, and that's it. So OSHA authorized trainer teach OSHA 10 hours, 30 hours to workers. And once the training completes, authorized trainers reports back to OTI, and OTI's mail cards to the mailing address of candidates. That's it. This is the whole process, right? And there is no OSHA outside US. There is no OSHA authorized trainer outside US. So you should understand very well. Your concept should be very much clear. You should have clarity at what actual OSHA is. It's not a certificate. These are standards to be delivered by, to be taught by authorized trainers, outreach trainers, and they are authorized by OTI, which are authorized by OSHA. You got my point? किसी को इस बात समझ में नहीं आई, आपको ये क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए, बिकॉज मैंने 1000 टाइम्स ये बताने की कोशिश की है, बट मुझे नहीं पता कि क्यों समझ में नहीं आती। कोई मैथ तो नहीं है, ये कोई फारसी तो नहीं है, फिर भी लोगों की समझ में बात नहीं आती। ये बात मुझे समझ में बात नहीं आती कि लोगों को समझ में क्यों नहीं आती। क्लियर है जी? कोई क्वेश्चन इस पे? यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन? You can switch on your mic, you can type. Yeah.
No, it's clear so far. Clear.
Yeah, great. Anyone is welcome. So because of that reason, fraud people, two number people, they lie to people. They just sell fake certificates, fake, totally fake, and people pay heavy fees. I don't know what problem with people. We are living in the internet age. This is internet era. On one click, you can check, you can verify everything, you can observe everything. Despite that, I don't know what's wrong with people. So this is now, once you understand, once you're clear, this is your duty to guide your juniors, because most of the time juniors are victim of fraud people, newcomers, because they have no idea what actual OSHA is, right? So this is your duty to guide your juniors, because you know the way. If you know the way and you don't guide other people, you are liable, you are accountable, you are punishable, because you know the way, but you are not deliberately telling other people. So you have to tell other people, especially juniors, that please, only OSHA authorized trainer can teach OSHA standards. That's it. Within US or outside US. Within US, OSHA authorized trainer issues Department of Labor card, which is called Dole card, 30 hours through OTI. Okay, this is where my cursor is. And outside US, there is no Dole card. OSHA authorized trainer issues their own certificate. That's it. So this is the whole process. You can verify my statement from any source. You are free. I challenge everyone. I've been teaching this course for the last 6 years, so I always tell truth. So this is my credibility. I have established my credibility, and this is the whole thing I have earned. Okay, fraud people, they earn money by selling fake certificates, by lying people, but I always tell truth, that this is the truth. If you want to get, if you are willing, you're interested, you're welcome. But understand, please, don't buy a fake certificate from a fraud guy who make these certificates in 2 rupees in computer. And what a pity, what a joke is that. I was talking to a person in Pakistan. He was giving away fake OSHA certificate. I asked him, why you are giving fake OSHA certificate? And OSHA logo was on that certificate. OSHA logo was on that certificate. I asked why, and that guy was basically called himself a trainer. So I was asking why. So he said, I know this is fake, but why I'm giving? Because I got it cheap. I got the cheap rates. That's why I had no issue. Okay, no problem. If I know I'm fake, I know this certificate is fake, but because I got it cheap, that's why I'm giving it. समझ रहे जी? तो मैं आपको उर्दू में बताता हूँ कि एक ट्रेनर साहब पाकिस्तान में वो इसका ओशा का जाली सर्टिफिकेट भेज रहे थे, ओशा का लोगो लगा के किसी से लेके। उन्होंने कहा मुझे पता है, मैंने उनसे पूछा क्यों आप कर रहे हैं ऐसा? उन्होंने कहा मुझे पता है ये फेक है, ये जाली है, बट मुझे सस्ता मिला है इसलिए मैं इसको दे रहा हूँ, बेच रहा हूँ बेसिकली। और ना तो ट्रेनिंग तो देते ही नहीं है। अम, चले अगर कोई कोई क्लास हो रही हो, कोई वर्कशॉप हो रही हो, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन, तो भी चले मानने की बात है, फेक के साथ चल जाता है, लेकिन फेक और वो भी बेचा जा रहा है। तो उनका जवाब ये था कि भाई ये जो है ये जो सस्ता है, मुझे चीप मिला है, बहुत कम रेट्स में, इसलिए मुझे पता है कि जाली है। लेकिन अब बताइए कि ये क्या क्या थिंकिंग है, क्या सोचे? तो अगर आपको जाली यानी सस्ता ही चाहिए तो आप फिर आप खुद ही कर लें, फिर आप किसी और से क्यों लेते हैं? जाली बेचना है। बहरहाल जी, बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। आई होप यू गॉट इट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग टू यू गाइस। ओके, सो this is all about OSHA, and this is me. Let me introduce myself. This is my trainer card from the OTI, which is Rochester Institute of Technology in my case. And this is yeah. That's a long list of my credentials. My intro. Most of you guys are connected to me at LinkedIn. I hope you guys are connected. You know me very well. So I will skip all that. This is delivering. I'm getting my OSHA trainer card in OTI at OTI Rochester Institute of Technology in Rochester City of New York State. This is the trainer card, and this is the trainer certification from issued by Rochester Institute of Technology, which is OTI. And this is all a lot of NFA courses. This is BCSP visit. This is STI Scaffold Training Institute. This is Taproot. All right, so wow. Okay, and this is the future. Augmented reality and virtual reality trainings coming up from our platform. All right, so that's all about me. Uh, let's have a group photo. तो अभी हम ग्रुप फोटो की तरफ जाते हैं। मेरी टीम ने मुझे इशारा दिया है कि हमने ग्रुप फोटो लेना है, तो इसको हम पॉज करते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए। ओके, कैन यू प्लीज स्विच ऑन योर कैमरास? आप अपने कैमरे जरा कुछ देर के लिए ऑन करेंगे ताकि हमारी टीम एक ग्रुप पोज ले ले इस बैच का। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ऑल दैट। यस वलीद। नवेद इकबाल, इनाम, अयाज हसन, बाल बाल ठीक कर लें। कुछ लोग शायद अभी मेकअप में लगे हुए हैं इसलिए कैमरे ऑन नहीं है, राइट?
जी सब ऑन कर लें तो फिर खींच।
देखिए मर्दों का क्या है, वो 2 रुपए के लाइफ बॉय से नहा के तैयार हो जाता है। ठीक है जी। सैयद, तनवीर, तनवीर, अयाज हसन, कितने लोग हैं?
सर ऐसे थम्स अप बनवा लें।
अच्छा जी, थम्स अप भी कर दें, स्माइल दें ताकि लगे कि भाई आप एक पुरजोश वर्कशॉप के लिए आए हुए हैं, एक यूनिक एक्सपीरियंस के लिए यहाँ जमा हुए हैं। तो प्लीज थम्स अप, या कोई और पोज देना चाहें, कोई और इंप्रेशन देना, यू आर ऑल वेलकम, व्हाटएवर। बी फ्री इन गिविंग योर इंप्रेशंस, या गिव अ स्माइल, थम्स अप। ठीक है वलीद?
डन डन सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और फिर वलीद ने किसी फंक्शन में जाना था। ओके वलीद, यू कैन गो एंड ग्रुप फोटो हो गया जी हमारा। ऑलराइट जी, सो let's back to the business. My intro is now over. So this is basically future. This are you familiar with with device this with this device? Anyone familiar with this one? This is AR, augmented reality, virtual reality headset. In the US, this is now quite popular. And most of the trainings have now been shifted over to AR and VR, XR as well, extended reality, and also mixed reality, AR, VR, XR, MR, with the help of a headset. Any of you guys have experienced this kind of training? No? It works like the participants, they must have a headset like this one, okay? And once you will be wearing that, um, same like internet, you have to click apps, and when you click apps, um, you will see movies going on, animation going on around you, and you can also interact. So there are types of different type of realities, AR, augmented reality, and virtual. In some type of realities, you are allowed to interact. In some type of realities, you're not allowed to interact. You're just watching. In some type of applications, you are allowed to interact as well, right? This is very unique and so exciting development in the field of training and development. So in the US, this is now so much popular. Most of safety trainings, most of construction trainings, most of industrial trainings are being delivered with the help of AR, VR, XR, MR. And I think in the Gulf, they have also some of companies also launched in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar as well. In Middle East, this is also a phenomena. So very soon you will see most of trainings, because this is cost effective as well, and you don't need hands-on. This is going to eliminate need of hands-on practical training. ठीक है, ये उसकी जरूरत को खत्म कर रही है, प्रैक्टिकल को जस्ट ये पहना दें। ठीक है, टोपी पहनाने के बजाय आप AR VR हेडसेट पहना दें, और उसके बाद सारा इंटरेक्ट के जरिए होगा। ठीक है, सो इट्स दैट्स ग्रेट। सो हम इस पे भी काम कर रहे हैं, अपनी कुछ ट्रेनिंग्स को AR VR पे शिफ्ट करने के लिए, कुछ यहाँ US कंपनीज के साथ, फॉर US क्लाइंट्स, ओनली फॉर द US मार्केट। So this is our future. All right, so don't be ignorant. I have already told you what actual OSHA is, so that once you, after attending this workshop, you should be able to guide your juniors as well and save them from fraud outside US. ठीक है जी? Just give me your commitment that after attending this workshop, you will be saving your juniors from frauds. Type here, yes, sure, raise your hands. I just want you guys, because my heart bleeds when I see people easily buying fake certificate. My heart bleeds, and your heart bleeds should आपका आपका दिल भी जलना चाहिए, आपका दिल भी जलना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये क्या बकवास है। ये 2 नंबर के 2 टके के लोग, और वो जो अलिफ बे भी नहीं पता उषा की, वो जो है वो लोगों को पागल बना रहे होते हैं। तो आप एक जहाज समझ के पाकिस्तान में, इंडिया में, गल्फ में, जहां कहीं पर भी हैं, लोगों को बचाएं इन फ्रॉडियों से। ऑनलाइन उनके इश्तिहार देखें, उनको स्टॉप करें, उनके ऑफिस पे जाएं। गवर्नमेंटें तो कुछ नहीं करती, वो तो रिश्वत ले लेती हैं गवर्नमेंट के लोग, बट पब्लिक कुछ बहुत कुछ कर सकती है, इनका रास्ता रोक सकती है इन फ्रॉडियों का, अगर रोकना चाहें तो। देखिए, जिंदगी शॉर्ट है, सब ने अल्लाह ताला को जवाब देना है। तो अगर आपको पता है कि क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या फ्रॉड है, तो उनको हाथ से रोकें। दिल में बुरा ना समझें। ईमान का आखिरी दर्जा है दिल में बुरा समझना। हाथों से रोकें उनको कि भाई ये क्या, तो ये कि तुमने क्या 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 मचा रखा है ये। ठीक है जी। तो आई होप यू विल डू दैट। ओके। So, no memorization, no slide reading, just concept and confidence. So, let's start the concept and confidence. Voice, I believe my voice is clear. Anyone is not getting voice, so there's a problem at their end. So, they have to check at their end, right? Okay, so let's start about OSHA. As I told you earlier, that it's a law. These are regulations, and these regulations are enforced by body, and their name is Occupational Safety and Health Administration, right? OSHA means Occupational Safety and Health Administration. It's a body, it's an organization, and their job is to protect US workers, employing hundreds of thousands of regulations and standards for workplace, for in general industry, for construction, for marine, for agriculture, almost all type of workplaces. Now here you can see that how OSHA is making difference in the US. Before OSHA was created, workers' death in America are down on average from about 38 workers' deaths a day in 1970 to a 12 worker a day in 2013. What does it mean? What does it mean? These lines. Just read that and what's your perception? Yeah. Any champ here? Worker deaths in America are down on average from about 38 workers' deaths a day in 1970 to not 12 a day in 2013. What does it mean? There's a decline in fatalities. Excellent. After the creation of OSHA, this is the difference they have created. Before OSHA, because there was no organization to protect workers, there were no regulations, there was no law. This is the importance of law. Okay, if voice is not coming, there's a problem at your end. Mr. Verma, right? Everyone is getting quite clearly. Okay, so this is the difference. This is the significance, this is the importance of law. Do you know what is the law? What do you think about law? लॉ के बारे में आप क्या जानते हैं? लॉ क्या होता है? मैंने एक ट्रेनिंग में इस तरह से पूछा तो एक बच्चे ने जवाब दिया कि सर लॉ बस वही वही होता है जो लॉयर जानता है। जी, तो व्हाट डू यू नो अबाउट लॉ? लॉ क्या होता है? व्हाट इज लॉ?
Law is actually it's a legally binding procedures or standards. Those are developed to implement and enforce. It
Yeah.
depends, it depends on different categories and sections. But for all that, it's predetermined laws and regulation against of set regulation. If violation happens, what can be done? So it's like a pre-made laws, procedures, and their outcomes also.
Great. Excellent. In simple language, set of rules. Laws are set of rules stipulated by authority, and to be followed by everyone. Target audience, whatever the target audience they are defining. So OSHA laws stipulated by government. These are OSHA is the body approved, created by U.S. Congress in 1971 with the signature of Richard Nixon. and it becomes the law. And whatever is stipulated by OSHA is our laws. These are the laws to be implemented by US workplace. If they won't comply, what's going to happen? Any idea? What is the end result?
Penalties, suspensions, abatement notices.
Very good. Beautiful. Lovely. This is going to happen. This picture doesn't mean that this is grave. Okay. Don't focus on the grave. Focus here. This is trench, basically. So if the company doesn't comply, they would be in a jail or fines. Right? So this is the authority. Recently, because I take this picture, this is just a recent development in Colorado. A contractor, civil contractor, they sent to jail in connection with the deadly trench collapse in 2021. Multiple casualties. The trench was collapsed. Trench, as you can see in this on the screen, this is a trench. So the contractor didn't follow these safety standards stipulated by OSHA, excavation and trench standards. As a result, multiple casualties happened, and that happened in 2021. OSHA filed the case, and recently they got the verdict, and the contractor sent to jail. This is the end result of non-compliance. So imagine if same happens in every country. What is the level of occupational safety you will experience? So that's about basically, you know, safety comes down tops to bottom. If the top management, if the government doesn't pay their duty, will you have a safety in at your workplace or in society? The answer is no. So, so the government is paying their duty. If the government is paying duty, management is paying their duties, responsibilities, definitely you will experience a very good safety culture, very good culture in the organization and in the society as well. So this is the difference OSHA has created. This is the importance of OSHA. You can see here. I'm not going to read word by word slides. That's not my way. I'm going to explain. I'm going to instill concept in your mind, right? Okay. Another important point at this stage. Listen carefully, very carefully. Outside US, not in the US, outside US, what I observed that most of people, 99% people think that safety is just um, going at site, observing and reporting, capturing pictures, and fighting with workers that wear helmet, blah blah. That's it. This is not the safety. A lot of times, in a lot of companies, basically, contracting companies has made safety a joke. Most of contracting companies and most of certificate awarding bodies, they have also made safety a joke. So this is not the safety. Safety, just pay your full attention. Safety is system. What I'm saying you is the brain of today's workshop. Safety is system. Keep in mind here. Safety is system. If you have a system, you will have safety. If you don't have system, you won't have safety. Simple. If you won't have a system, the whole company would be fighting each other like a tug war. Whatever number of safety professionals, safety officers, inspectors, engineers, managers, hire an army of safety officers. But if you don't have a system, if you're not working on a system, work system improvement, system development, system maintenance, hiring of too much safety professional is useless. Trust me. आप कहीं मेरी बात लिख लें कि अगर सिस्टम नहीं है कंपनी में तो 10,000 सेफ्टी वाले भर्ती कर लें, कोई सेफ्टी नहीं आएगी कंपनी में. What do you say? Agree or disagree?
100% agreed. Yes.
Yeah, John. In a lot of companies, I'm sorry for my words, but it's a reality outside US. In a lot of companies, I've witnessed because I worked in Middle East as well. It's sorry for my words, it's bullshit. That's they hire a lot of safety people. They have just certificates, piece of paper, just for formality, but they are not interested in having a system. So what happens? All the incident accountability, responsibility on safety department. They say what kind of salary you are drawing. You are drawing salary for not having incident. No, their job is not to prevent incident. Their job is to have a system. I don't know why sense is not prevailing. Sense doesn't come with degrees. It comes with using mind. Sometimes I'm brutal in saying my words, but this is a reality. I'm sorry for my words, but this is a reality. Sense doesn't come with huge degrees. People having master and PhD degrees, but they are senseless, totally senseless. Without having a system, they expect we will have a safe environment, safe culture. No, you're stupid. You're dumb. And let me prove this with one of case study. Let me prove my statement with the help of a case study. Once I used to work in Saudi Arabia in the head office department of a large construction company in Saudi Arabia. So what happens during my tenure at one project? So we received an accident report. We heard that an accident occurred at a construction project some 200 miles north from capital Riyadh. And what happened there? That uh, underground utilities, underground utilities were damaged by a mechanical excavator during excavation. And as a result, that city's telephone connections were all disrupted. And the company, it's Salat, they filed a complaint and they levied a fine of millions of real on that company. You got it? This is the whole story of accident. Now, what happened? The next day, company fired safety officer of the project. That what you was doing there. Now tell me, isn't that bullshit? So this is the typical example of not having system. Instead of having a system investigating incident and developing a system, they immediately fired safety officer there. And safety officers, sorry for my safety officers are also dumb. They don't talk to company that there is no system here. So simply, they should have develop a system. They should have a system that before they should have a SOP that before having excavation, we will follow the excavation supervisor, excavation crew has to follow this SOP. That's it. The job of safety department, EHS section, safety section is just to help them in having a system so that they didn't do that. And the head office, the EHS manager of that company simply fired his safety officer. He was drawing that time 50,000 Saudi riyals. And this was his competency. You got my point? Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this is the whole things are going on. That's the reason companies are unable to protect their people, increase their profits because dumb people are sitting there. 50,000 real, EHS manager, he just fired a safety officer. That's it. That's it, all he did. And I was totally shocked. What's going to happen over there? I won't take that company name because it's a big company. Very unfortunate. And a lot of companies, same happen. So this is the typical example that if you have a system in place, that's going to protect everyone, including safety department, including non-safety people, including operations, including workers, including management, including regulators. Everyone going to be safe. But very few companies have that sense of that level. Problem is that they just need people having fake certificates, hire them as safety officer. We have safety officer. If something goes wrong, we're going to fire them. We're going to send them to jail. That's it. This is the whole story of their operations. So uh, just bear in mind that system without a system, you will have zero safety, or your safety will be artificial. Your safety will be at risk, right? Safety by chance, safety by choice. So if you won't have a system and you're not, and incidents are not being reported, so that means that doesn't mean that you have safety by choice. You are on safety by chance. That doesn't mean that without having a safe system, incidents are not going to be held. You are safe. So you will be safe once you have a system. System is very critical, very important. Understand that. After going back to the work, just work on having a system. If you don't have that, if you have that, improve that. And incidents, problems, any type of problems in company, any type of incident, they have an opportunity to improve your system, right? Investigate properly, find the root cause, fix the root causes, and in this way, just try to install a system of finding and fixing root cause of problems so that you can improve your company's system. Yes, Ayaz is asking question here. Yeah, thank you very much, Inam. There's a question by Ayaz Hussain. Yes, you can type or you can ask. Okay, what should a safety professional do once there is a no system being developed by an organization? Okay, first choice. That safety professional in any capacity should make efforts to convince organization because that requires communication skills. You know, every safety professional should have two type of skills: hard skills, soft skills. Hard skills, they're professional competencies that comes from experience and training. Soft skills. Soft skills are general skills, how to use those hard skills, right? Interactive skills, people skills, communication, how they communicate, how they convince, how they approach. So problem is that your question is valid that in a lot of organizations, there is no system and companies also not going to get that. So in all those cases, first safety professional has to polish communication skills first, soft skills first, so that uh, make that person can make efforts to convince their management to have a system. In order to convince their management, the safety professional should be confident. If the professional is not confident, problem is that professional is not confident. Why professional safety manager is avoiding or scaring to approach management? Because of lack of confidence. The person is having piece of papers, certificates, but not the confidence. Am I right? This is the case of most of people. They have papers. They have papers, piece of papers. That's Sorry for my words, that's bullshit. Without training, done basis certificates. And the situation in Middle East is so bleak, so dark that a lot of good people are leaving this profession because their governments are not playing their role. Government should have cracked down. It's a very profitable business. Just print the fake certificate, and so people and companies hire without having the right hiring system. Companies don't make sure that people having right experience, skill set, competencies, they can deliver deliverables. And you know, job ads, job ads. Just observe the job ads in the US. A US company give job ad of a safety for professionals. Just read that. Just read that. They just mention competencies and job description. That's it. A long list of competencies, job description, deliverables. Plus, they conduct personality test, they conduct hard skill test, they conduct soft skill test, and they're gonna hire. Then they're gonna hire. Okay, come to the Middle East. Advertisement of safety professional. Need safety officer, must have blah blah bullshit certificate. That's it. This is the job ad. If you see that, this is the reality. This is 100% reality. Is this the job ad? Are you the sales agent of those certificates? Most of companies, HR, basically, if you research what I'm saying, if you research, the HR of most of companies are basically sales agent of those done basis certificates. Better reality. In their job, their whole focus is to sell those done basis certificate in their job ads, so that people say, oh, it has a big demand. Just grab that done basis certificate. That's it. This is the whole safety. That's the reason you see the crap safety in companies, unfortunately. So think about that, what I'm saying, and play your role wherever you can. Okay. So coming back to the business, this is the Act of 1970. Act means Act of Parliament. This is bill, which is a legal body, legal authority signed by Richard Nixon and passed by Congress. Okay, this is the mission of OSHA. OSHA mission is to protect US workers. And how they do that? By setting and enforcing standards and by providing training, education, and assistance. Some of the things OSHA doesn't carry out this mission are developing job safety and health standards, the some of the things, some of the activities OSHA does to carry out this mission. They develop job safety and health standards and enforcing them through worksite inspections. They conduct inspections, छापे मारते हैं, ठीक है जी, छापे मारते हैं, नोटिस के साथ भी आते हैं, छापे भी मारते हैं. And they catch culprits, they catch criminals proactively and reactively. Proactively and reactively. Proactively means they have they have a schedule to catch culprits and criminals. Reactively, after the incident, as I showed you in my start of the presentation, start of workshop, that a company in Colorado contractor was sent to jail. So proactively and reactively, they inspect workplaces, workplace inspections. This is their main job: inspections, workplace inspections. They have inspectors for that purpose. They have inspectors, right? And those inspectors bring notices, inspection notices, enforcement notices, blah blah, lot of things. Okay, then they other than inspections, they are providing training programs. They are designing programs to increase knowledge about occupational safety and health. And these training programs are delivered through. Who will tell me this? OSHA training programs are delivered through. I told you initially in the start. OTI, OEI, OSHA training institutes. These are region-wise OSHA institutes, region-wise, not every state, but regions. Um, and these are usually institutes, these are colleges, these are universities. For example, in my case, I did that from OTI, which is Rochester Institute of Technology. It's a, when you Google it, RIT, RIT, this is among top 100 institutions in the US and world. RIT, RIT. So most of the time, these OTIs are large, big colleges and universities. And I completed OSHA 510 from University of Texas at Arlington. And I showed you that certificate initially, I think. And that was another OTI, and which is 510, which is the prerequisite. Yeah, this is 511. 511 is the occupational health and safety standards for general industry. And this is also OTI. This is University of Texas at Arlington. So you see, most of their OTIs are big colleges and universities. And these OTIs teach OSHA standards and OSHA trainer courses. Once they issue OSHA trainer course, this OSHA trainer course ultimately teach OSHA 30 hours and 10 hours to workers. Got it? So this is the way OSHA delivers the training programs. Yeah, RIT is a big college, Rochester Institute of Technology. It's a big technology institute of state of New York. If you Google it, you will find their website. They have so many innovative technology programs. Okay. All right. So this is the way OSHA works. OSHA organization as an organization, right? And rights of workers under OSHA. OSHA gives full right to workers. These are the basically rights of workers under OSHA. Workers have right to a safe and healthful workplace. A safe and healthful workplace. Safe workplace, everyone understand that. What do you mean by healthful? Healthful.
Means there is no toxic environment. You have the right to speak for your rights. You have the right to demand for improvements for your health and no longer hours. You have to have social life, personal and family life balance, all those
Excellent.
things, I guess.
Awesome. Excellent. Occupational diseases. This is something relevant to industrial hygiene, occupational illness, any type of illness, any type of disease, any type of ailment which happens due to work. So OSHA is very much cautious about that. And mostly it is relevant, it is applicable to, if I ask you questions, I would ask a question to you guys. Healthful workplace, mostly relevant to industry or construction? Mostly. When we talk about healthful conditions, industry, excellent. Why? Because of nature of hazards. Nature of hazards. An intelligent safety professional is intelligent. Safety professional is not dumb. Safety professionals use their mind. So if you are appointed in an industry, their nature of hazards are totally different than construction. Totally different. So in general industry environment, in the industrial environment, chemical hazards, physical hazards, biological hazards, medical hazards, and what else? Ergonomic hazards. All these give rise to occupational disease. So, as a general rule, an industrial safety professional should be more competent, more aggressive, more active than construction safety guy. You need more skills, more knowledge, more competencies, more hard work. And in the US, what happens in the industry for the purpose of controlling healthful conditions, they usually, big plants, big companies, they hire separate guy, not the safety guy. And they are industrial hygiene guy, IH. Have you heard about that before? IH?
Yes.
Great. Excellent. So IH are occupational health. Both are same. OH or IH. So in the US, it is a different discipline, and because of the complexity of the nature of hazards, it's complex. It's totally different and complex. Measuring hazardous chemicals and controlling and protecting your workers from hazardous environment. It's totally different than construction. So that's the reason it's a different discipline, and they have different organizations like American Association of Industrial Hygienists, AICH certified industrial hygienist, and they set standards. And whatever standards they set, OSHA usually ask industry to comply that, right? Here, I would like to tell you a very important point for knowledge point of view. What happens in the US, they have associations of covering different domains and disciplines. For example, NFPA. NFPA is not the authority. It's an association that research and develops fire protection standards for everywhere, for homes, workplace, right? For buildings. For example, CGA, Compressed Gas Association. For example, American Association of Industrial Hygienists, right? So in what happens in US, they have so many associations and organizations that deals particular segments, particular domains. So what happens here that if their recommendations are worthy, so OSHA take them, those standards, those recommendation and best practices developed by associations, and make it part of their regulations. You got it? This is a very important point. Likewise, okay, if I ask you a question, most of you guys are safety professionals. So when you buy personal protective equipments, on what standards those PPEs should have been manufactured?
BS standard.
PPEs, personal protective equipments, hard hat, safety shoes. Mostly guys from Saudi Arabia, they might have idea about that. On what standards? And usually it is embossed inside the PPEs. When you check, let's say spectacles.
BS standard, I think BS.
Yeah, BS also good. ANSI. Most of the time you will find ANSI standard embossed inside the PPs. That is American National Standard Institute. That's correct. ANSI has separate standards for all type of PPs. If you check a spectacle, so you will if they are complying to ANSI, right? If they have come from America, even in Europe, most of the organization, a lot of organizations follow. In Australia, Canada, they follow ANSI standard. In Middle East as well. So most of the time you will find ANSI. most of the time, because ANSI are more advanced, more research based, and they regularly update that, right? So when there is a topic of PP safety, PP hazard assessment, personal protective equipments, so OSHA simply says that ANSI relevant ANSI standard is applicable as law, right? Z.893 for let's say for spectacles. So they make it that ANSI standard, make it as part of their legal requirement, regulation, and ask employers to comply that ANSI standard. Our inspector will check your PPEs should be whatever you purchase and bring into your organization should be as per ANSI standard, right? Excellent. So they have standards for all type of PPEs. Yeah, Z89.1 for H2S. Yeah. All right. मेरी बातें समझ में आ रही हैं आपको जी? हमारे कुछ स्टूडेंट ऐसे थे जो जिन्होंने मैसेज किया था कि वो इंग्लिश बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाते. ग्रेट. एनीवन हु इज
बिल्कुल सर.
समझ में आ रही है? गुड. कोई मुश्किल तो नहीं हो रही? बात ये है कि मैं ये समझ में नहीं आनी चाहिए मैं क्या कह रहा हूं. उसके पीछे जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो समझ में आना चाहिए. मैं अंग्रेजी जुबान में बोल रहा हूं, ये सामने अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ है, आप पढ़ सकते हैं. दिस इज नॉट कॉम्प्रीहेंशन. आई वॉन्ट यू
सर
गाइज टू डेवलप योर कॉम्प्रीहेंशन. कॉम्प्रीहेंशन समझते हैं? दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एजुकेशन सिस्टम ने बेड़ा गर्क किया हुआ है लोगों के दिमागों का. लोग पढ़ने को और सुनने को कॉम्प्रीहेंशन समझते हैं. दैट्स नॉट कॉम्प्रीहेंशन. दैट्स नॉट लिटरेसी. दैट्स नॉट एजुकेशन. एजुकेशन इज कॉम्प्रीहेंड. इसको कहते हैं लिसनिंग कॉम्प्रीहेंशन, रीडिंग कॉम्प्रीहेंशन, समझना और उस इंफॉर्मेशन को प्रोसेस करना अपने माइंड में. ठीक है. इफ यू वांट इफ यू वांट टू लिव अ गुड लाइफ और सेंसिबल लाइफ, देखिए अच्छी जॉब पकड़ लेना यही जिंदगी नहीं है. जिंदगी इसके अलावा बहुत कुछ है. प्रॉब्लम आज के प्रोफेशनल्स का ये हो गया है कि वो उनकी दौड़, जिस तरह मुल्ला की दौड़ मस्जिद तक, उनकी दौड़ बस सिर्फ और सिर्फ अच्छी नौकरी तक. अच्छी नौकरी तक. यही वजह है कि बस सर्टिफिकेट कहीं से भी मिले, नौकरी पकड़नी है, अच्छी है, कितनी सैलरी है, कितनी मिलेगी, कितने घंटे काम है, कम काम होना चाहिए. उन्होंने अपने स्टैंडर्ड रखे हुए हैं. ठीक है. अब अगर कोई आपका दोस्त आपको ये बताए कि मुझे एक ऐसी नौकरी मिल गई है जिसमें कोई काम भी नहीं है और मैं 10,000 रियाल लेता हूँ, तो सारे लोग उसको मुबारकबाद देने लगे, यार इसने तो बड़ा तीर मारा है. क्या ख्याल है? ये बंदा तो बड़ा लकी है भाई, ये देखें कि कोई काम भी नहीं है और 10,000 रियाल लेता है. अब ये सब ने अपने अपने ख्वाब उसके गिर्द घुमाए हुए हैं. लेकिन ये आप अपना बेड़ा गर्क कर रहे हैं. मीठा जहर. ठीक है. दिस इज नॉट द रियलिटी ऑफ लाइफ. द मोर यू पुट योर सेल्फ इन टू हॉट वाटर, the more you will live a good life. The more you take hard choices, the more easy become your life will become. आज नहीं तो कल आपको ये बात समझ में आ जाएगी. समटाइम्स एज की वजह से समझ में बातें नहीं आती, क्योंकि 20s में 30s में लोग फैंटेसीज में रहते हैं. इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल उतना नहीं होता. सी, गौर से सुनिए, लिसन मी केयरफुली. If in 20s and 30s, you are lucky to get a mentor और आपने उसकी बातों को सुन के अमल भी कर लिया और अपना इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपेसिटी बढ़ा लिया 20s में और 30s में, तो आप ये आपकी असल कामयाबी है. ये दिस इज योर जेन्युइन सक्सेस. जेन्युइन सक्सेस. मेंटोर, यू फाइंड अ मेंटोर See, everyone wants success, but the lucky is that person who got the mentor. Mentor helps you to get the mindset. Mindset is your biggest asset. Mindset. You live a good life with the help of this mindset. If you have zero amount of money and you have a good mindset, you can build fortunes. Your mindset. You got it? Lot of people online, offline, in life, generally in life, you will hearing complaints. They are poor. ठीक है जी. गुर्बत का बड़ा वो रोना रोते हैं, लेकिन इस पे काम नहीं करते. ये ओके जी. ऑलराइट, ओके, कमिंग बैक टू द पॉइंट, कमिंग बैक टू द बिजनेस. ये है सारे, देखें, वर्कर्स के राइट्स. इनको जरा एक नजर डाल लें. इनमें कोई क्वेश्चन हो, यू कैन आस्क मी. Workers has right to know about hazardous chemicals. Now, how they will come to know about hazardous chemicals? Okay, we will stop here our topics, and we will take the question. But no problem. You can ask as many as questions you can, because I always encourage asking questions, because those who ask questions, the measure of your intelligence is your questions. The more you ask, the more you clear. जितना आप क्लियर आप पूछेंगे, उतना क्लियर होंगे, क्लैरिटी आएगी. अदरवाइज एम्बिग्विटी एम्बिग्विटी रहेगी जिंदगी भर. एम्बिग्विटी के साथ ना जिए, क्लैरिटी के साथ जिए. सो व्हाट्स द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ ओशा इन गल्फ? सी, आई हैव वर्कड इन गल्फ कंट्रीज, and I get I usually get the feedback of people working in Middle East, different countries of Middle East. I already told you that OSHA are basically standards. These are regulations. These are laws, right? So, and these are ready-made laws. And these are very much helpful for every company, regardless of geography. In America, these are laws, which means every company has to comply. If they won't comply, they will in trouble. But if a company in UAE, if a company in Qatar, if a company in Pakistan, if a company in India, they won't comply to OSHA, they won't be in hot water. They won't be in trouble, right? But why? But they uh, they like, they know OSHA standards. They like that, and they many times they take it as a voluntary system, as a best practices, as a standards. See, every company, regardless of geography, they need standards. Am I right or wrong? Regardless of geography. See, standards and law. In America, these are standards plus law. So if you won't do, so they would be a big danda from the government. You must do that. But let's say in UAE, they should have their own authority to comply to the laws, safety rules and regulations they should have adopted. But because those companies have not developed such type of bodies, organizations, regulations, standards, that's where OSHA comes. Uh, I worked in Angro back in 19 years back as safety facilitator. So in Angro Corp, what I observed, what I witnessed, their whole system was based on OSHA. Their whole occupational system. Yeah, in OSHA is there, but what OSHA is doing, they are just making money with by registering people, right? They have they have met the tires of the people. Okay, tier one, tier two. You bring this qualification, you bring this qualification, you this experience. We will register you, and we will make money. That's it. They are not working hard like OSHA. So they are not the alternate substitute of OSHA. And but even then, this is voluntary. See, again, I would like to tell you this is not mandatory. Even in the US, OSHA standards are mandatory only in 6 states. OSHA 30 hours card, 10 hours and 30 hours card are mandatory. Law compliance is mandatory in every state. But when we talk about OSHA dole card, 10 hours, 30 hours for workers, these are mandatory only in 6 states. Every worker must have that. Yeah, exactly. Training quite poor. Yeah. But again, we should be optimistic. We can continuously tell them because people are now so much aware in the Middle East because of internet. They are connected to people in America and Europe. So especially in America, because American laws, standards, research is the most excellent, right? The whole world follows US. So because of the internet, now a lot of people are so much aware of the need of good education, good training, quality training, and they reject done basis certificate culture, which is now prevalent. Money making organizations, you all are aware that every child is aware that what the bullshit is going on. But until and unless government will take action, you are you can only talk. You can only talk online, offline. That's it. But pressure is mounting. People are building their pressures on companies, and I have seen that from Middle East and even from Pakistan, India, they are now giving job ads, very very high quality job ads. They are now eliminating the name of certificates. That blah blah bullshit certificate is mandatory. They're not writing that. They're now writing in their job ads. I have personally seen that only job description and job performance requirement, competencies, and degree. Okay, education, degree. Degree is mandatory. If you don't have degree, you should have experience in lieu of a degree. So I've witnessed in a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. I have worked very hard. Whether you admire or no or not no admire. I have worked very hard on these lines. If you are connected to me on LinkedIn, I have 45,000 followers, most all are from companies. I have continuously and consistently educated them. Please do not mention, don't be sales agent, don't be so cheap. Don't mention done basis cheap certificates in your job ads. Please be honest with your profession. Please be honest with your profession. Please hire good people, competent people, hardworking people, competent people. Protect your people. Don't hire done basis certificate. Most of organization, like the name Nibosh, they are just money making. They have allowed home based exam just to print more and more money. There is no third party exam, there is no classes, there is no training. Every company is aware of that. And because of our education, now companies are avoiding the done basis bullshit. This is Alhamdulillah. All right. So everyone should play their role. If you understand that, if you think that done basis and this blah blah is not right, so if you're hiring people, you should reject those done basis. You should correct your hiring system at your own. Whatever you can do at your end, you should do that. Whatever you can do. Otherwise, a lot of things are not under your control. So you can aware people, you can promote awareness about that, do that. You can use online platform, you can do that. Whatever you can do, whatever you think right and wrong, you should do that. You should not be silent. This is the main point, right? Yeah, that's the problem. Just having a piece of paper doesn't make you competent, right? Just having a piece of paper doesn't make you competent. See, very important learning point I would like to tell you guys. A lot of people don't know what is certificate and what is certification. Any idea? What is a certification? What is a certificate? Very right. Certification. See, in America, what happens in America? They hire people on education and experience. All right. And regulatory knowledge like OSHA or DOT, Department of Transportation. There are a lot of regulations. So you should have knowledge of regulations and experience and education, which is a college degree or high school diploma. So normally in the field of EHS, health and safety, normally companies hire people on that. Now, certification, they don't ask for certification initially at the time of hiring. Certification is requirement after a couple of years experience in the field. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, 4 years, 4 years. You know CSP? I think you have idea about CSP. What is the experience requirement of CSP? पता है? 4 years, yes, 4 years experience requirement है जी. बताइए. This is the way, this is the system, this is the method, this is the SOP. So certification is required after a couple of years of experience. That's it. Those company required from mid-level, mid career people, level people, that you should have a certification. Otherwise, initially they hire on experience, education, and regulatory knowledge. Can you please switch off your mic, Ayaz? All right. Okay, ji. So certification and certificate, there's a difference. So in Middle East and Pakistan, India, a lot of things need to be corrected. So same like CSP, PMP, project management professional. This is also for experienced people. API, CFPS. After some years of experience, certifications are for experienced people of the field, right? So, but in the Middle East, they have a different culture. You just need a certificate, a piece of paper, by hook or crook. And if you don't have that paper, you won't get a job. You're not competent. So in this way, they are basically selling these gun-based certificate. So there's a system. People understand that, but but even then, after some time, you will see that change will come. Change is the only constant thing. One day you will see a change. Yeah, this may be some reason because they want, absolutely good observation, because they want their money to their country. But that's not the right way. They should follow merit. That's it. Merit and competencies. This is the only way to survive and thrive. So, anyways, people are now understanding a lot of things, and gradually, change will come. You will experience. You will witness change gradually, because change is the only thing which is constant. So today or tomorrow, you will experience change, and BCSP certifications, BCSP America, ASP, CSP, they are not outside US so much active. Despite that, why a lot of people are doing ASP, CSP? This is the change. Without any promotion, without any incentive to companies. Companies are, the huge number of people are doing CSP, ASP, CSP. Despite companies don't write it mandatory for safety jobs. Despite that, why people are doing that? Because they understand that this is the right way. With proper examinations, third-party exam, computer-based exam, they are not just grabbing money. People know that. So right thing will definitely make their way automatically. It's like a water. No one can stop that. All right. So coming back to the points, this is the complete list of workers' right under OSHA. Training. OSHA says that worker must be provided with training. Now, what type of training? PowerPoint training? This training. आप लोग कहीं सो तो नहीं गए हैं, जाग रहे हैं? आवाज किसी की नहीं आ रही.
Yeah, elective.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
We are listening to you, sir.
Excellent. Are you enjoying or boring?
Yes, yes, sir.
No, we are enjoying. We are totally enjoying.
Perfect. Lovely. Lovely. Thank you. Okay, so what type of training? This is the right of worker under OSHA. So the answer is occupational training, not PowerPoint training, not safety training. Safety is part of occupational training. So OSHA says every worker on site must be provided with training. This is the duty of company. Not the company should say that you should have blah blah certificate mandatory. Got it? This is the duty of company to provide on-site workers training. Let's say forklift operator. So forklift operational training must be training to be provided to forklift operator, regardless of previous training and experience and education. Regardless of that. So OSHA comes outside and check their training records, and it should be hands-on. It should be in the field. It should be occupational safety, safe operation of forklift should be the part of the training. It should be tested. It should be documented. And who can deliver this training? Excellent. Excellent. Someone who is authorized, OSHA authorized trainer can teach this training and have forklift operation experience. Forklift operation or forklift knowledge, skills, operation, competent. It should be competent. See, very important knowledge point from knowledge standpoint. When you say we need competent people, what do you mean by competent? A lot of time you use this jargon. Competent, competencies. So how you determine that the person is competent?
His knowledge, his total experience, and his exposure
Excellent. Knowledge.
determines his competence.
Very good. Knowledge, exposure, and there's a formula I'm going to write here. Oh, it should be for everyone. Skate. Skills, knowledge, attitude, training, education. Okay. So you can set this criteria to hire competent people of particular traits. And you can, a lot of time with the help of HR, you can set particular number, particular rating and grading. Let's say for you are hiring a crane operator. So while hiring a crane operator, you can set this criteria and you can set the grading and rating of each domain. For example, for his skills, you say between 1 to 10, how much you check those skills and you say, okay, you give them 9 marks out of one of between 1 and 10. Then knowledge, you say 9. Then there's an attitude. Attitude is we will discuss separately. Then there's a training, previous training in the field of crane operation, and education, relevant education. Okay. So if the person is having skills, knowledge, training, and education, but the person is having bad attitude, A for attitude. This is very important. This is very important. Every company needs people with positive, can-do attitude. And this is basically companies has to understand, has to gauge that with the help of personality testing, psychometric testing. HR guys, they conduct personality tests and they understand the level of attitude. Because if the person is knowledgeable, degree holders, educated, trained, experienced, blah, blah, but when you test that person and you understand that, you think that the person having a bad attitude, right? This person, if we hire them, won't work much and will create a problem for all of us. That comes under attitude. That's come under attitude. If the attitude is zero, everything is zero. Got it? It's a very excellent point. That's the reason I always always advise to my followers and students, work on your attitude, work on your attitude and character. This is the biggest hiring criteria. If you don't have skills, if you don't have knowledge, if you don't have degree, if you don't have certification, if you don't have education, if you have nothing out of that, but you have attitude, a right company will going to hire you. Because skills can be taught, but attitude cannot be taught. Agree? Only disability in life is a bad attitude. That's why companies train their people on soft skills, emotional intelligence. A lot of people, they come because in a company, people come from different backgrounds. So if the person is having bad attitude, negative attitude, not a team player attitude, can do attitude, a lot of time you might hearing people that this is not my job. Company doesn't want to listen that, right? So that comes under bad attitude. So excellent. I'm happy that you all are getting all the points and you are taking your confidence and concept to the next level. And this is the sign of leadership. Okay, this is transforming as we have helping you become a leader. From follower to leader, we have too many followers. We have enough followers. We need leaders, leaders who think differently, creatively. They have initiatives. They take risk. They say, yes, I can do that. I can try that. So we need leaders. If you want a big, huge success in life, or if you want to experience a different life, be a leader, right? Okay, so training and that hazard exposure to medical records, whatever the hazard exposure, medical testing, medical surveillance, medical records, chemical testing. Like think about in an industry, in a factory. Um, chemical hazards, their testing, their how much quantity is available in the air, which is called air monitoring. Have you conduct that? किसी आप में से किसी ने conduct किए ये air monitoring in industry? Any idea? Have you listened that? Conducted through a third party. Yeah, a lot of time in some countries basically is conducted by environmental service providers. So ambient monitoring or air monitoring. The purpose is basically just to gauge that how much quantity of that hazardous chemical is available in the air, right? So if it is going beyond hazardous level, beyond TLV, beyond OEL. Now, what is that? TLV. Now, here comes jargon. OEL. Any champ? Excellent. Very good, Akhil. Akhil Abbasi. Permissible exposure limits. PEL. Then OEL. Then TLV. Threshold limit values. comes from TLV come from American Industrial Hygienists Association, and OEL, this is by OSHA, right? Excellent. Yeah. Right? So what is defined by OSHA? OSHA says OEL. So OEL basically are mandatory. And what are TLV? TLVs are not mandatory. These are basically recommendations by association, American Industrial Hygienists Association, right? So you must know OEL. So later on, yeah, now all these are, we are understanding the foundation of OSHA standards theory. But later on, I will give you practical points, how you can use OSHA regulations, OSHA standards to solve your problems. If you're not applying, everything is useless. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in just learning and memorizing. I believe in application. So later on, the best part is coming up where I'm going to teach you that how you would be able to apply all that, what you are basically understanding, that how OSHA standards can help you solving your workplace problems and making your life easier. Trust me that OSHA standards will make your life easier. Other done basis certificate won't, because done basis certificates are basically requirement of companies. They are not giving you skills. They are not becoming you confident. They are not making you competent. Done basis certificate are basically requirement of the company for the job. But that is just a piece of paper. People spend millions of rupees. I know a person who spent 6 lakhs rupees to get a done basis certificate with no training, no class, and just a piece of paper in 6 lakhs rupees. You got it? $700. Oh, sorry, more than $7. It should be on $1,000. $1,200, $1,300. So just for paper. So, but OSHA standards, well, if you understand that, if you're on mid-level experience, 1 to 2 years experience, and you are eager, you are hungry to understand, learn, and apply, this will definitely going to make your life easier, right? But all depends on you. No, that's not PLV, that's TLV. TLV. Threshold limit values. Threshold limit values, right? And TLVs comes from American Industrial Hygienists Association. These are basically best practices. These are because in America companies will follow OEL, but outside America definitely OSHA is just a standard. Companies can follow both TLV and OEL, right? But again, understand either TLV or OEL, both are benchmark. Now, again, very important point, safety jargon for you guys. Why you need OSHA standards? Because you need benchmark. And what is benchmark? Any champ? This is the jargon.
Benchmark is the procedure against which you evaluate your performance at your criteria.
Yeah, procedure, a standard, usually in numbers. Usually you quantify that procedure or standard, that because if you won't have benchmark in your hands, you won't be able to improve your standards, right? Let's say a company in oil and gas sector, they take Aramco standards as benchmark. Let's say Aramco says that our work at height standards start from 5 feet, or OSHA says 6 feet, right? So both are benchmark for a company in the Middle East, because now that sets the foundation of setting their own standards. But that company say, okay, that's 5, then that's 6, we're going to go for 4 feet. We will go for 4 feet. So because both are benchmark, both are best practices, guideline. So setting those benchmark in front of them, they can easily set their own rules, company rules, site safety rules. So how they're going to develop their own site safety rules? Based on benchmark. And OSHA makes your life easier by giving you ready-made and beautiful and excellent benchmark. Got it? This is the way OSHA making you. No other organization, I won't take their name, which is giving you a certificate, not making your life easier by giving you benchmark. Yes or no? No other organization. The only OSHA. So this is the way basically this will help you in your practical issues, in your in safety management, in your leadership.
ISO, sorry, a question. ISO is also doing the same, like standards and benchmarks for companies.
Perfect. ISO, International Standardization Organization, but they are not certificate. Again, clarity of concept is very important for you guys, for leaders. ISO is not certificate giving organization. ISO itself, ISO just sets standards. That's it. Product standards, management standards, system standards. Now, they have some accreditation bodies who then ultimately certify companies on the basis of ISO standards. Companies, organizations, for their products, for their management systems. Now, for individuals, ISO doesn't certify individuals. ISO doesn't certify companies. These are separate for individuals, like lead auditor. So in the UK, they have IRCA. This is separate than ISO. They have no link with ISO. Got it? Most of people don't know. So your concept and clarity is very important. IRCA, IRCA has no association with ISO. You can research yourself. It's a separate body, association of auditors, ISO auditors. They give them membership and then issue lead auditor certification. And they don't issue, they basically authorize organizations who ultimately issue lead auditor certificate, not certification, certificate. So same like, but in the US, usually companies don't need lead auditor. Very interestingly, in the US, normally there is no culture of lead auditor. This is usually in the Middle East or outside. They demand. See, if someone is having knowledge of ISO systems, right? So that's okay. You can check that. But in outside USA, they have make it in form of business as well. They are issuing certificate. Okay, lead auditor, blah blah. This exam, and this is lead auditor. Okay, fine. So ISO itself doesn't certify companies, and individuals. They only set standards, right? So yeah, and same like way, no, you can regarding management systems, you can take their management system, you can adopt their you can get certification from ISO. Basically, with the help of ISO certification, companies basic are boosting their businesses. ISO seal is just for the boosting of business, because if a company is having ISO certification, they're just trying to create impression that they are ISO compliant, and ISO because accepted to around the world. So this product is manufactured on the basis of ISO quality systems, just to create confidence for the customers and clients. So that's quite different than OSHA or NFPA, which are basically helping you in developing a safety management system. Okay, because if you study ISO safety management system, ISO 45001, have you read that? You won't find specific standards. Am I right? They would find generic statements. This is quite important. So a safety leader is a deep thinker who understands what is there and what is not. If you say ISO is also good benchmark, no, you're wrong. Correct your sense. ISO just gives you a generic statement that, okay, you should have proactive system, you should have inspection. If incident happen, you should have investigation system, you should blah blah, you should have management system. Okay, that's fine. If you have that, okay, we're gonna give you certified. Simple as that. But but how you going to have that system? How you develop your system? You need standards, you need benchmark. That's you can take from OSHA, NFPA, NC. Their work is very deep down, very hard work. Their work is not ordinary. This is totally unique and different. All right. So, okay. So, this is the complete list of workers' right to participate in OSHA inspection, be free from retaliation for exercise, be free from retaliation for exercise, safety and health and rights. What is that? Any idea about this word? Retaliation. Be free from retaliation. What do you mean by retaliation? Any idea?
Retaliation means fighting or like argument in a sense, I think.
Yes, revenge. Revenge. बदला. बदले का भी बदला लिया जाएगा. ठीक है जी. तो अदले का बदला नहीं. If someone complains to OSHA that in my organization something wrong, please come and correct that. Company don't have to take revenge because OSHA stands behind that worker. Right? This is the rule. Yeah, whistleblowing, that's the correct jargon you used. Whistleblowing, and OSHA used that. Whistleblowing is that it's commonly used in US culture that something going wrong in organization with the products. Uh, for example, for example, in my knowledge, I would like to share with you a big case, a big pharmaceutical company. Big pharmaceutical company was giving bribery to doctors in the US, a big name. I won't take their name. But they were giving bribery to write their products on their prescriptions. That's not allowed in the law here in the US. Maybe the practice in other countries, but not in the US. So someone whistleblowed to the authorities, and that authority investigated, and that find true. So this is whistleblowing. So more the laws and laws enforcement, uh, this blowing helps stopping corruption, bad practices, malpractices. You know, if some company, if some company Same like if some company is taking bribery from a certificate issuing organization to to put it mandatory, that's whistleblowing. Authority should investigate why they are writing only some one certificate as mandatory. That blah blah bullshit certificate is mandatory. Just bring that and get the job. Bring that, get the job. What's that? So in that case, whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is that uh, telling authority about what is going on wrong against the law to help the authority to enforce the law. Right? So OSHA says that worker should not be retaliated. OSHA stands behind that worker. All these are basically workers' right. Okay, safe and helpful workplace kind of what's the time right now? So far, so good. I think we should take a break for just 10 minutes. I also need a break. Have coffee, have snacks, जम के खाइए, रच के खाइए. ठीक है? 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेते हैं, घूमें फिरें, चाय पिएं, कॉफी पिएं और हमें भी याद रखें इस कॉफी में. 10 मिनट्स, ठीक है जी? 10 मिनट्स में वी विल बी राइट बैक इन 10 मिनट्स.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay जी, coming back to the point about business, आप अपना माइक ये स्विच ऑफ कर दें जी, काफी लोगों के माइक्स खुले हुए हैं, स्विच ऑफ कर दें अपने माइक्स। ओके, सो अपनी बात हम जारी रखते हैं, लेट्स कंटिन्यू। एनी क्वेश्चंस टू दिस पॉइंट? एनी टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन जो अब तक हमने कवर किया है, जो हमने बातें की हैं? एनी क्वेश्चन? ये जान, इनाम, इकबाल, नवेद, फान, सदीकुर रहमान, साजिद, तनवीर, वीवो, एनी क्वेश्चन? I'm happy that you're getting point to point. Beautiful. Okay, so let's resume. Excellent. If you won't have question, then I will ask question. See, questions are must for clarity. Questions are must for clarity. Ask as much as you can, because because this this is for concept and confidence, right? This is not memorization. You can't memorize each and every OSHA standard. This is the reality. Education is not the memorization. Even after 10 years, you won't be able to memorize all OSHA standards. So, what more important is your concept? And concept would be clear once you ask questions. There shouldn't be any ambiguity. किसी किस्म का इबहम नहीं होना चाहिए। इबहम समझते हैं? इबहम किसी किस्म का प्रॉब्लम माइंड में, किसी भी माइंड पे आपको उलझा हुआ नहीं होना चाहिए। You should be very, 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 very clear on each and everything. And because once your mind is clear, you will enjoy the topic. You will enjoy the concept. Otherwise, you will see it as a formal exercise, as a formality. Okay, that we have to get the certificate. That's the reason we are here. We have to sit here for long, 4 hours, and we have to watch recorded videos, manual, attempt the test. Why? Because we need a certificate. Otherwise, this will become just a formal exercise. So ask questions. Okay, so So these are the rights under OSHA. So moving forward to the topic. See, know about hazardous chemicals. When we was talking about hazardous chemicals, right? So how workers will be informed about the hazards of chemicals? The answer is HAZCOM, OSHA's HAZCOM standard. Excellent. OSHA's HAZCOM standard. Hazard communication. HAZCOM means hazard communication standards. Hazard communication standard requires chemical manufacturers, distributors, importers that they must provide safety data sheet, right? And in this safety data sheet, what are the main points? Let's discuss that. What is the purpose of SDS and what are the main points in simple language? There's a technical language, there's a simple language. How you will explain a layman, let's say you are a safety manager, and a layman, let's say your friend or your brother at home, he asking you, what is the SDS? So how you going to explain him? Yeah, you can write in chat box, you can talk to us. Excellent. What else?
So it
I
is
angles. Yeah, go ahead.
SDS is a paper or sheet which describe the uh, hazards, properties, their chemical property, physical properties, or their transportations, how you will use these chemicals, or what kind of disposals you have to, how you can dispose this chemical after the usage, how you will transport these chemicals. So
Perfect,
it's all
perfect.
about.
Yeah, perfect, perfect, Afsar. So simple is that the purpose is this is a simple document that provides information about about that material and how to use that and how to safely use that. Safety information, simple. A document, a piece of paper, because without paper, you are bringing a material in your company. How you come to know? It should be documented so that in case of accident, the ultimate purpose of safety data sheet is to prevent incident. Eventually, it is going to prevent people from a workplace from an incident. Ultimate purpose is to prevent incident, and accountability and responsibility should be clear. Because let's say if you brought this chemical, assume that it's a chemical, some material you brought into your company without a safety data sheet. Without a safety data sheet, wow, think about that. What things can go wrong with this material when people can gonna interact? You and your workers, your people don't know what actual the chemical is, what problems this chemical has, what the temperature you should keep in, right? What are the PP's requirements? What are the emergency requirements? Yeah. So if the SDS is provided with that material, it lists all the information so that you can use to work safely, that chemical. Simple as that. And this is the duty of manufacturer, importer, supplier. They must provide that. If they are not providing that, this is the duty of EHS department, EHS section. They must bring that because this documentation protects a lot of things, right? This documentation. So same like safety data sheet, if a concept is clear about that, same like that, we need in HAZCOM, the second part, labeling.
Here's a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, Sometimes, this people for safety detection, it's a mandatory document for chemicals to know the hazards and all those. But companies mostly I've seen they're printing from online, Google's. Is that valid or acceptable that instead of getting this paper from manufacturer itself, downloading from Google with
Oh,
the
yeah,
same
it's a great, yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I really appreciate this great question, and this is gonna clear concept of all of you guys, a lot of people, everyone who is watching this video at YouTube online. Beautiful. That's the reason I ask
yeah,
people to ask questions as much as arising in your mind. Don't be silent. Please ask questions because this is not only clearing your doubts, but also helping doubts of other people. So, absolutely practical and valid question. This is not valid. The short answer is no. Yeah, you're right that some companies are indulging into this bad practices. The short answer is no, because that's not, if something wrong happens tomorrow with that materials, incident happens. Okay, so that or internet information is not legally binded. What is legally binded is the information provided by manufacturer, right? However, however, if the manufacturer is providing those SDS on their website, as long as, let's say, I'm purchasing this material from 3M and the SDS is available to download from their website of the same material, right? As long as you're doing this practice, as long as that is okay. But you are downloading these information, chemical information, safety information from other sources, and the manufacturer is different. That's not okay. Got it? That particular manufacturer, our distributor, our importer, is responsible to provide you safety data sheet. If they say, if this excuses you, so you must mind that supplier, that manufacturer. There is no reason that uh, again, and that's a problem of in the US. It's not possible that no manufacturer can provide you without SDS, but outside US this happens. Again, problem is of regulatory environment. I understand that. In some instances, in some places, in some examples, it happens that manufacture because of lack of regulatory environment, companies are not providing this SDS. A lot of time happens. That's right. So what safety guys usually do that download information from internet. No, if something bad happens, your manufacturer will say, I didn't provide that information. Well, you got it? Yeah, John is clear.
yeah, clear. Thank you.
Yeah. So you must get the SDS from that manufacturer. You have to bind them. Why you are not providing SDS? Why? What's wrong with you? If you have manufactured this chemical, so why don't you provide SDS? You don't know what is the chemical name. You don't know what are the safety information. So there is no reason that they can give you excuse. So you have to bind them. Don't do this to download third-party information from internet. That's again risky. That's hazardous. And why this is hazardous? Because these are not official information. Got it? These are not official. These are basically these may be speculations, abstract general information about that particular chemical. We call it sometimes we call it jugaad management. So this jugaad management is not allowed. Don't do that. Same like I used to deliver scaffold trainings. STI, Scaffold Training Institute, and OSHA scaffold training. So a lot of times when we do scaffold weight calculations, which is quite easy if you are delivering training in the US, but outside US, problem. Again, problem. People won't be able to understand that correctly and precisely as per OSHA standard. Why? Any idea? Any champ here understand that? Why? Let's say you are sitting in the Middle East or India or Pakistan, and weight capacity calculations of a particular scaffold structure, light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, and this is very much important. You won't be able to, in most of examples, most of instances, you won't be able to correctly determine why.
Because the materials are not standard, you don't know the weight, what is the weight of
Yes,
exactly, and maybe
exactly.
substandards manufactured by themselves something.
No, most important thing, the manufacturer of those scaffold materials is not providing you scaffold information. Weight capacity, rated weight capacity, that this pipe can hold maximum how much load. You don't have that information. So how are you going to build light duty, medium duty, or heavy duty? Tell me.
But generally, they
Wherever,
mention in the catalog, scaffolding catalog, they just generally mention like 250 kg safe working load like that. But, it's not like approved, but it's mentioned generally.
oh, mention is okay, right? But let's say you are buying safety materials from, let's say, a company, Safeway. Safeway is very, very famous in the US. So Safeway would be responsible to provide you all the information, even rated weight capacity calculation information. In the US, even weight calculation is the workshops. They conduct, manufacturers, they conduct weight capacity calculation workshops for competent person. But because here competent person is must for scaffold jobs. So mostly manufacturers of scaffold materials. They conduct weight rated capacity calculation because when they provide pipes, couplers, different type of couplers. This is in case of tube and coupler or other type of scaffold as well. Not for fabricated. When you assemble a scaffold platform, so in that case, you need weight calculation, that how much this platform can bear load, live load and dead load, right? So in that case, you need precise information like this pipe can hold what, how much load, uh, this coupler, how much can hold how much load. Only that you would be able to design of scaffold platform, light duty, medium duty, or heavy duty according to work in requirements. You got it? Very simple. Unless unless you have all the information on your table. But this is basically not the job of safety pros. Okay, this is not the job of safety pros, but they should have an idea because they are ultimately responsible for all the functions. Basically, this is the job of a competent person, qualified person, a inspector, scaffold inspector, or scaffold engineers, right? Or designing a scaffold. Even in the US, scaffold manufacture is different, and scaffold design companies are different. There are specialized scaffold design companies. Their job is to design scaffold structures, right? For big projects. Usually they are available for big projects, not for smaller projects. But principally, you should understand that without having weight weight capacity information of a scaffold components, it's impossible to determine load capacity of scaffold platforms, right? So you should try same like this as you may ask the question regarding SDS, same like that. Because outside US, let's say the more the regulatory environment, the more you will find clarity. Because in this situation, nothing is clear. Let's say if you download SDS information from internet, something bad happens tomorrow, who is accountable, who is responsible? You're not clear. And if the laws are clear, regulatory environment is clear, you are clear that who is accountable and responsible for what. If law says that this is the duty of manufacturer, supplier, yeah, they have to provide. Simple. But if it's not, law is not clear about that, no one is, no one will take it serious. So laws should be very clear. It all depends on regulatory environment first. Once you get that, but that should not be lame excuse. Let's say there is no stringent regulatory requirement in your country, but that should not be excuse. You must learn the right way, right? Okay, so any question, any other question? Everything is clear so far, so good. So let's move on. So second is labeling. We were talking about, we finished SDS. The second part is labeling. Labeling, as the name suggests, labeling is basically identification of any material, right? Everyone has different name. If you won't identify, understand the name of, let's say, in this class, right now, in this live class, 10 people are here, right? So everyone has different name, different identification. We have Afsar Ali, we have Irjan, Inam, right? Naveed Iqbal, all of you guys, these are, your names are your identifications. So same like that, every chemical has their own identification and name, like this one. As you can see on the screen, see? Picture this, it's a chemical. In this bottle, there's a chemical. So if you won't indicate what does it contains in this bottle, and this is available at your workplace, offices, labs, what can happen? What wrong can happen? And this is a chemical.
Someone would come and they would consider that it's drinking water, so they will take it.
Yeah, exactly. Because and not only it has to be identified that what it contains, but also you have to provide training to your workers. They should understand what is the meaning of what you have written, what is the identification, and also the symbols, icons, with the help of pictograms. Now, pictograms, yeah, that happens in organization. You're right. A lot of times, which is bad practice. So if see, it happens, but what is your job? Uh, this is good quote. Usually, chemicals is stored in drinking water bottles without labeling. Uh, good, good point raised. Now, what's your job? Your job is to have simple SOP. Once, one of my students, few years back, he was got a job in a company in an industrial plant. And he contacted me back. He was saying, "Sir, I'm very much worried about my job because I have taken charge as safety manager. I have 1 2 years experience. I'm safety manager. I'm the only one here, but I'm very much worried. People don't follow safety everywhere. Unsafe practices, unsafe habits, unsafe conditions, near misses, blah blah. There are a lot of things, and I'm leaving my job." So what should I do? I said, I advise him just do one thing. Just talk to management and develop SOPs, system. That's it. If your company management resist, leave that, right? Don't bother into details. Simple as that. Life is short. Just talk straight. We need a system. Give them SOPs, train them. Now they are responsible. So, and luckily, there was someone in management. They understand the point. We approached that, and he started developing SOPs, and his life became easier. He said them clearly that if you won't follow, you are accountable. I'm not accountable. This is SOP. Something bad happens, you're accountable. I'm here to support. That's it. I'm here to give you a system, training, awareness, okay, everything's fine, culture. But if you won't follow, you will be criminal. I'm not. So simple is that. So if Akil, your question, your point, usually chemical is stored in drinking water. So just give them SOP. That's it. As part of SOP, mention there so that you won't be liable of their bad practices, unsafe practices. And sleep like a child. Give them SOP and sleep like a child. Whatever happens, this is not your headache, right? Give them in writing and give them training, because at a large workplace, different type of workers, contractors can do a lot of bad things. Am I right or not? Are you accountable for their unsafe practices? Yes or no? Absolutely no. Why? However, you are accountable for not giving them system and training. Simple. Your life become easy. So if you're lucky to got that company, they are giving you freedom to have that SOPs and systems. Enjoy that, and you will be enjoying your job. This is quite easy job. If you have that level of concept and confidence and communication, this is literally a very easy job. Otherwise, this is tough for you and for others as well. But that's right that you must need cooperation, understanding of your management superior as well. They should also have some sense. If they are sensible, if they are not dumb, they understanding what you're saying. When you approach them, they're going to cooperate. Otherwise, they will be dumb and they will keep saying, no, safety is your job, accident is your job. No accident should happen. We don't know. Wherever lot of safety professionals, when they report unsafe acts, action, what happens in their management contact them back and say them, okay, your job is to fix that. Don't tell us. ऐसा होता है? A safety professional was reporting that there's an excavation without barricade and information, blah blah, are showing. So the management contacted back and said, don't tell us, don't advise us, fix that. Yeah, that's funny things. So because you have to do your job as well, apart from system. Sometimes you have to create a middle way, right? So, but if you're lucky to have a sensible management, people with some sense, their life is easy and your life is easy. Both lives easy. Otherwise, everyone would be in trouble. Hot water. उर्दू में जैसे कहते हैं, ये मौम्मा है समझने का ना समझाने का. किसी को कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा, टकरा रहे होंगे बुरी तरह एक दूसरे से, बुरी तरह हाथ से कर रहे होंगे और टग वॉर हो रही होगी. So this is very important point. But if your management is not understanding that, try to continue your job and try to find that job who can give you freedom authority to develop that system. Because if you have that kind of competencies, that level of concept, competencies, and confidence, then you must exercise that skill. Otherwise, if you are, sorry for my words, if you are a dumb safety guy and you just need a job to take a round of sight and sitting all the day in front of internet chatting and issuing PPs, right? So, but trust me that if something wrong happens, they will put all accountability on you. Today, you are enjoying your job and you're doing nothing. You're taking salary for doing nothing. But it is highly, highly unsafe job. Your gut feeling, your intuition will be telling yourself, keep telling yourself that this is not safe job, because execution operations, they will definitely do something bad. So if casualty happens, people die, company will catch you. The law will come and catch you. So these are things you must understand and apply in your life. Okay, so labeling is very much important. Identification of materials, chemicals, plus with pictograms, and you have to train your people that what is the meaning of this pictogram, how to deal with this, how when you interact, what PPs you will be using, okay, and what temperature you will be putting in. And regarding pictograms, you can use different systems. The global system is GHS. GHS. When we talk about labeling, the most common and most familiar is GHS. I think most of you guys must have an idea about that. What is GHS?
Global harmonized system.
Excellent. This is 9 classes of materials. They have divided all materials into 9 classes with particular picture. So first you have to know that, then you have to tell your people, workers, contractors, visitors, everyone. Simple. Examples are, there are 9 classes. Examples are poisonous,
Toxic.
toxic. There's a one khopadi and 2 haddi,
Yes.
1 skull and crossbones. Skull and crossbone. This is toxic. No, corrosive as is basically hand. The symbol of hands is corrosive, right? Then environmental, indicating a fish. Then yeah, flammable with the picture of fire. This is flammable.
Explosive. Explosive.
Yeah, one is explosive. Very good. Oxidizing. Yeah. So there are nine classes of agents, chemical agents. Yeah, excellent. With round cycle, yeah. So first you have to understand, then and you have to make sure that all the chemicals, materials. Okay, question to you. On the acetylene cylinder, what pictograms should be there?
Flammable.
Flammable, excellent, because it's a flammable gas. On the oxygen cylinder, what pictograms should be there? Oxygen cylinder.
Oxidizing.
Oxidizing. Very good, because that's oxidizing agent, right? So in this way, you have to understand that safety is the job of people use their minds. Plus, with that, you have to understand flashpoint. All the chemicals, all the materials, they in the this is mentioned in SDS, that what should be the flashpoint requirement of that material. So this is very, 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 very important as long as fire prevention plan concerned. This should be the power of fire prevention plan as well. So you must make sure that chemicals, materials, whether in solid form, liquid form, or gaseous form, must be stored within their flashpoint storage requirement. For example, this material says that the flash point if of this material is -5. What does it mean? Can you place this material in room temperature?
No,
No, now this is safety. Why?
because the flash point is -5.
What will happen? What's problem? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. This
Will
can catch
still
fire. Exactly. It can, yeah,
fire.
yeah. Because the fumes. What is flash point is that this is the minimum temperature at which the fumes of that material can mix with air and ignite a fire. This is the stability of material. Stability. So this is stable only at -5. Beyond -5, this will start becoming out of control. Okay? And there will be conspiracy theory. तो conspiracy theory start working. और ये हवा के साथ मिलके आग लगाने की साजिश करना शुरू कर देगा. Got it? Very simple. इसके जो fumes और vapors हैं, तो वो जो मटेरियल आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, तो you have to make sure. इस तरह के I was in an oil and gas company, HSC advisor with Siemens Pakistan back in 18, 19 years back. There was a fire incident happen over there. They put their chemicals and raw materials under the scorching sun and it ignites fire. It was limited. They controlled that, but that was a huge incident because of oil and gas. Not inside the plant, outside the plant, storage area, but that was the negligence of EHS department. They didn't make sure that. Yeah, this would be without the source of ignition. Absolutely, without the source of ignition, because source of ignition means sorry, no, source of ignition basically would be required. Safety is what? Safety, you maintain layers of safety. So keeping this material into the right storage environment is the first layer of safety. If you place that
Like preventive measure first, right?
Preventive measures, yeah. So if you place that in room temperature, right? So there might be source of ignition around, right? So it is not saying that in room temperature it will automatically ignite a fire. There's a possibility of source of ignition because the fire triangle is about to complete and they just need just one factor to ignite a fire, which is source of ignition. Got it? It is becoming more vulnerable. मेरी बात समझ में आ रही है? It is becoming more vulnerable when you store this material beyond flashpoint. How to flashpoint? So वो जो अभी मैंने आपको बात की कि आग लगी थी ऑयल एंड गैस स्टोरेज में, तो वो जो मटेरियल उन्होंने रखा था वो कहाँ रखा था? धूप में. और वहां पे सोर्स ऑफ इग्निशन क्या मिली? सूरज, स्कॉर्चिंग हीट. ठीक है? तो कहीं ना कहीं अब अराउंड कोई हल्का सा उसको कहते हैं कि फायर केमिस्ट ट्रायंगल कंप्लीट होगा. तो यू हैव टू मेक श्योर कि ये इसको आपने हर सूरत में इसकी स्टेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करने के लिए इसके जो फ्लैश पॉइंट है उसके अंदर इसको आपने इसको स्टोर करके रखना है. ठीक है? ये रीजन है कि व्हेन यू ट्रांसपोर्ट दिस मटेरियल when you store this material, it should be within flashpoint temperature requirements, both storage and transportation. You might have observed ke, um, grounding and bounding. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. And not only from safety point of view, but also quality point of view. Why you must maintain it according to temperature requirement, not only safety but also quality, because if you place them into room temperature, on that temperature this material will lose its potency and efficacy. You got it? It's very beautiful concept. Not just safety point of view, but also quality point of view. For what purpose you have purchased this material, it might lose its efficacy, potency. ताकत खो देगा अपनी. बिल्कुल ऐसी दवाएं आपने देखा होगा. दवा कोई अगर फ्लैश पॉइंट के अंदर आप उसको स्टोर ना करें या ट्रांसपोर्ट ना करें और वो आप लोगों को पिला दें तो वो उल्टा असर करेगी. पोटेंसी खो दी उसने, एफिकेसी खो दी. या ग्राउंडिंग एंड बॉन्डिंग, आई एम कमिंग टू दैट. आगे उसमें आ रहा है जी. ठीक है. ग्राउंडिंग एंड बॉन्डिंग जब आप उसको मूव करते हैं मटेरियल को एक एक कंटेनर से दूसरे, ये वहां पे रिक्वायरमेंट आती है. ठीक है. तो ये थोड़ा सा उससे डिफरेंट है. तो आप ये समझ गए जी कि ये जो अभी मैंने बात की, क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी दोनों से इसका लिंक है. ये जो आपकी फ्लैश पॉइंट है. ठीक है. आग भी नहीं लगना और उसके साथ साथ क्वालिटी को भी मेंटेन, क्वालिटी भी खो देगा और ये अपनी उस पोटेंसी और ताकत के साथ वो मटेरियल काम नहीं करेगा जिसके लिए आप लेकर आए. तो दोनों चीजें इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है. इसीलिए फिर देखिए मैनी टाइम्स सेफ्टी और क्वालिटी एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हैं. इसलिए मैनी टाइम्स जो कंपनीज में जो डिपार्टमेंट होते हैं वो क्यूएचएससी डिपार्टमेंट, ताकि वो अलाइंड होके काम करें, इंटीग्रेट होके काम करें क्यूएचएससी डिपार्टमेंट में. क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें दोनों की मुश्तरका हैं. if they both won't integrate and cooperate, problems can happen. A lot of problems can happen, right? Okay, the third one after labeling and safety data sheet, the third one in HASCOM is, I already told you that you have designed a very good hazard communication program, but it is effective as long as you are providing training to workers. अगर आप workers को training नहीं दे रहे, everything is useless. Everything is useless. And you have to make sure that that training must be in the language and vocabulary of the workers. This is OSHA requirement. And what does it mean? What does it mean? Any idea? If you this is very, very important. This is again mistake in the companies that they provide training, but they provide training in the language of the management, not in the language or understanding level of workers. Am I right?
Yes, right, sir.
Can you quote an example from your practical exposure?
So, like, let's suppose if a worker understand only Hindi or Urdu, and the management or the HSC professional, they give the training in English language, or they use some kind of jargons. So the layman, the workers would not be able to understand what the basic purpose of this training. So it will not reach to
Yeah.
the exact meaning of
Perfect.
the
Perfect. Yeah. Because it should be effective. Effective communication. See, a very important point for all of you guys. Communication should be effective. What people do mistake, they communicate for the sake of communication, not for the sake of effective communication. There's a difference between both. People do communicate, but they are communicating for the sake of communication, not for the sake of effective communication. They're not making sure that people, that is understandable. Communication is effective when it is understood and responded. Understood and responded. Again, problem of comprehension. So it should be very much effective, interactive. Now, I would like to give you three principles, three rules of good training, good workers, effective workers training. Number one, it should be in their own language. Let's say, for example, they understand Urdu, Punjabi, Sindhi, Hindi, whatever their language is, communicate in their own language. Number two, don't use jargon. Jargon is for you, not for them. Again, a big mistake. Don't use HASCOM in your training. Don't use SDS in your training. Don't show how much qualified and competent you are. Don't use jargon. When I used to deliver scaffold training, so I never used scaffold jargons in my trainings for scaffolders. I have delivered a lot of scaffold trainings to scaffolders in Pakistan and Middle East. But I always use their language. If I say structures, platforms, they will never understand. I always said chokra. Got it? Because this is their language. So whatever is their language, I also learned from them as well. So what do you usually call that? So a lot of things I didn't
The
aware.
question here,
Sorry?
if you like, for example, some standard names are there which has to be, familiar with for workers. If we use in their own language, even if you translate those jargons or certain codes in their own language, but if they go to other like industry where they don't know the names, but they only know in their own language, there can be confusion or misunderstanding.
That's
So they
right.
should
Yeah.
at least, for example, SDS, at least they should know that this is the common standard name for material safety data sheet. If they don't know even SDS, if you explain in your own language, but in in an environment and a time at point they could not understand by themselves. So every
Yeah,
time you
that's
have to
right.
explain.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. You're right. To some extent, it depends situation to situation. It depends your target audience. Sometimes people can't even you would tell them SDS, they won't be able to repeat that. I know a lot of time workers won't be able to repeat that. Even they won't be able to repeat that. But if they understand what actual SDS is, that's fine. As long as they understand that. That's supposed to, but yeah, but SDS is basically they don't has to deal with SDS. Got it? SDS is not a document that they have to, a worker has to deal with that. What this is the management who has to deal with SDS. Your job is to explain the points mentioned in SDS, and you can tell them that this is the document, this is the in their own language, that this is the paper, the wrong that tells you how you're going to do. So your job is to explain them in their own language, in easy language. The SDS points are contains jargons, but your job is to convey them in easy language, in easy way, so that they can comply, so that they can. The purpose is to ensure ensure working safely. Ultimate purpose is working safely, right? So to some extent, somewhere you might need to take the names of jargons, but if they are unable to repeat that, if they are unable to understand or use that in their daily life, you don't need to stick on around that. It depends situation to situation. Got it? Situation. Most of the time, the ultimate purpose is working safely. Simple as that. Uh, Take the example of US. Now, in America, most of the workers are Spanish. Now, if you can't speak Spanish and you are a safety trainer and your workers are Spanish. What you will do here?
It means the language barrier is even existing in US and UK, not only in the Eastern Asian countries.
Language is barrier almost everywhere, but you have to manage that almost everywhere. Yeah, you have to.
So
But
you
nowadays, take the you can, yeah. Go ahead. Any question?
you can take help from translator.
Yeah, interpreter, translator, technology. There are a lot of apps. People take help from the apps. They just write it down in English, and that going to translate, and that available on the screen. And okay, you are asking Akil, why are Spanish in a huge? Ah, okay. The reason is that. um, have you heard about Latin America? Countries from Latin America, Ecuador, El Salvador, Chile, all these,
Chile, Cuba.
Cuba, yeah, all these are Spanish speaking. So a lot of people coming to work, Mexico, okay, all these are Spanish. And majority of them don't even bother to learn English for the whole life because, you know, Spanish is is the second language, second official language in America. And because the one who says to be responsible to found America, Christopher Columbus, he was also Spanish. He was from Spain, right? So, and Vespucci Americano. Vespucci Americano was the second explorer after Columbus came to America. And on his name, America is on his name, Vespucci Americano. He also came from Spain. So that's the reason this is widely spoken language here and it is almost second official language. Learning and speaking Spanish is huge advantage here. And most of the time, companies need bilingual. A lot of times companies need bilingual trainer. They write it bilingual, which means both English and Spanish. So if you able to communicate in Spanish, it's a great advantage. Yeah, you're right. English, then Chinese, then Hindi, then Spanish. It's fourth biggest, largest language spoken in the world. Yeah, perfect. Great value addition by now. So language, consider that. This is very much important in safety management. When you contract with your think about target audience. What is the level of your target audience? Think about that, right? Hindi slash Urdu, almost you can say both are almost same. Uh, okay, so those people who speak Hindi can also speak Urdu. Those Urdu can also speak Hindi. So it goes together. In New York State, a lot of times they try to communicate in so many languages because in New York is the state where huge immigrants are coming and they don't understand English. Let's say for driving the exam, written exam, they also included Urdu as well, right? So in a lot of platforms, you will find Hindi, Urdu also as additional language where you can take the test. Okay, coming back to the point where we were, training. Again, training. So training is very, very important and it should be delivered in the language they understand. Don't use jargon. So 3 points I was going to tell you. Teach in their own language. Number two, don't use too much jargons or explain them in your language. And number three, use visuals as much as you can. Visuals, which means videos, pictures. This is the 3 point strategy in a multicultural environment. You can add more, right? But these 3 points are quite usually helpful in a multinational, a multicultural environment where you have got workers other than your own language. Or you think that there would be a problem of in communication. So communication should be effective. It should be understood. It should be comprehended. Only this way you can work safely. Otherwise, accident can happen. Lot of times, lot of times, lot of times, the root cause of incident is communication, miscommunication. A lot of times. The root cause, not the causal factor. And together with that, I would like to add a great point to your skills that a lot of times, especially safety pros, they think causal factor as root cause, which is wrong. Don't do that. Causal factors are not root causes. Am I right? Example of causal factor. Examples. Worker fell from height, working at 100 meters height and fell from height and bone fractured. Okay, fine. So the worker fell due to unsafe working platform, not wearing personal fall arrest system, right? These are the causal factors. But what happens in most of organization, they're going to declare these causal factors as root causes. That's the problem. These are not the root cause. Yes, officer.
Sir, can we say this causal factor is immediate causes or underlying causes?
Underlying causes, immediate causes, primary causes, attached causes. You name it. You use your creativity, but the meaning should be the same. You can use synonym words as long as meaning is same, as long as meaning is not compromised. So use your own creativity. Don't be a rote learner that you learn immediate cause that you will use for the whole life immediate cause. No. Or you learn causal factor. You can say primary cause. That's fine. So things which are attached to accident or incident, people instantly say that this is what the root cause is. So correct it. Root cause, when you investigate further, when you go deep down, you see that there's some problem in system, there's some problems management, there's some problems SOPs, there's some problems in communication, there's some problem in trainings. So I completed Taproot. So in that Taproot training, that was discussed in details. That was a 5 days root cause analysis team leader training. That's a brilliant, marvelous training. And on the basis of that, then we are delivering that training, root cause analysis team leader course. This is highly recommended for you guys. Next week, there's a live Zoom workshop, and rest of the lectures you will get in recording. This is highly recommended for you guys. You must join that, and fees is not much. So contact our team for the root cause analysis team leader course. We will discuss that in details. How you can use tools. We will provide you tools as well. We have developed some very good tools like root cause analysis finder, INSEE charts. There's a chart development. There are a lot of tools. So that training will help you become competent and confident, and will help you reach on the top, right? Reaching on top is not with the help of, unfortunately, in the Middle East, with certificates. Reaching on top is directly relevant to your competencies and confidence. In top America, see, American companies in the Middle East, just target them. They will definitely hire those people who are competent and confident, beyond certificate. They won't see much certificates. They are quite rational. Let's say there are a lot of very good US companies working in the Middle East: AECOM, Bactel, McDermott. There's a huge list. Find those companies. Halliburton, they would prefer uh, people with good communication, soft skills, hard skills, attitude, positive attitude, and they would consider you if you think that your strong point is competencies. This is your strong points. So target US companies in Middle East. You will definitely be given an opportunity and with great package, and you will enjoy their environment. They are not stereotyped. They are very to the point people. They just want work in a right way, in systematic way. That's it. And they want value addition, making a difference. So you will enjoy and you will develop yourself in a good right environment with a good process. Okay, so far so good. Any question?
Sir, this training would be for 5 days. This root cause analysis training.
Root cause analysis training is hybrid training. Hybrid means you will get 12, 13 hours recorded training lectures and a 4, 5 hours live workshop. One live,
Right.
rest are recorded. You will get in that live workshop. You will learn how you will be able to use those tools that we are providing you. How to use all those tools in the right way, right? So
Right.
yeah, that registration is open and you can contact our team as well. So let's move on. Okay, what's the time? I hope you are enjoying this workshop. It's quite highly interactive, and you will see yourself at a new level of confidence. That's guaranteed because our way of in health and safety training industry is quite totally different. Again, you may call it Mia Mithu, apne muh Mia Mithu, but you have to tell your strong points. What is our strong point is this training that you are joining. Okay, we are not certificate printer, certificate sellers. Whenever you need health and safety training, course, qualification, who deserve the best? A certificate seller or a competent trainer?
Competent trainers.
Of course, you are spending money from out of your pocket, right? So why you are giving it to uh, fake certificate seller who is not working hard, who is not competent, who hasn't devoted his or her life? So you have to observe that. So this is our strong point. So highlighting our strong points is our duty. That what we provide a value of your time and money. Okay, so not too much people understand that when they spend money, they have to get the price you pay and the value you get. So not very much people understand this concept that what value they are getting of their money and time. The value is that as professional, you need competence and confidence after attending that workshop or that in training or that interaction. Not don't just uh, get a printed certificate. Okay, so people are basically used to a shortcut as well. So if you are joining, if you are dedicated your time, you're joining a training workshop, you are committed to your development, you are among very few people. Trust me, most of the people you will find they just have this much heaps of certificates, this heaps of certificate. They a professional contacted me, said, I have literally, trust me, I'm telling you, right, I have more than 5,000 certificates, and he just collected here, but he's unable to write a report, simply report. And I don't know how these people do their jobs, and what type of companies, and why companies are being regulated. Anyways, so when you invest your money, so you need value. So it should be invested the right way, right at right place, at right organization with the right trainers. All right, G. So HASCOM, we covered the HASCOM. I hope you understand now HASCOM. When you design a hazard communication program, it should be very much clearly It should consist of labeling, data sheet, safety data sheet, and workers training of those labeling and safety data sheet, and how you have designed workers training. Now, workers training, this is again very important as a safety manager, safety professional. If you are a good professional, on-site workers training, in-house training is your regular job, and you have to be creative as much as you can. You can design, you can deliver a lot of trainings, lot of campaigns, and in this way, you can highlight your work in front of management, right? You have to see that what type of hazards, what type of occupation, what type of issues in the industry, what type of work environment. You have to be thinker, you have to be creative as much as you can. Campaigns like heat stress, COVID, health campaign, safe driving campaign, like that.
Lesson learned, accident lesson learned.
Lesson learned campaign, yeah. You have to be so much creative. You have to be different. Don't be scared to be different. This is my message, and this is beautiful if you got that. Be yourself. I understand that that requires being yourself. Not everyone is so much, because basically a lot of people are scared to be different. They want to be called different. They want to be the part of herd, right? But when you be different, this can be risky sometimes, but this is rewarding as well, because when you are different, you will be able to tap huge opportunities because you are noticeable. You're noticeable. You are not working formally. You are working so differently. You're working on systems. You're working on culture. You're not working like other safety officers, safety professionals, that you're not working in the flow. You are bringing something new, which was not part of culture before, but you are introducing something new, which is mind blowing. And if and your name will be written in the history of that company forever, that Mr. Afsar Ali introduced that kind of system, right? For example, in your company, previously, TBT used to be delivered by safety officer. But when you took charge, because you got trained by Salahuddin Johar, you are so crazy. You said, okay, no, I won't spare that. You design, you dare to be different. You designed a system and you said, okay, from tomorrow, supervisors will conduct TBTs. Now that's something new, something different, and something risky as well. Will you try this? Yeah.
Yes, you would try.
Yeah. But again, that can be risky, but because people are scared, and scary sometimes, because not everyone can take risk. You know, most of the people want to go with flow because they're scared that if top management see us, say us, they say, "Oh, you're not going to do your job. Why?
Actually, TBT is the responsibility of supervisors themselves, not the safety. Again,
Yeah,
safety just propose and give system, and then supervisor has the right and duty, responsibility
yeah,
to conduct the TBT.
exactly. But what happens in most of organization, this is reverse. Am I right? Most of organization. Right now in our class, there are 10 people.
Especially, sir, in Middle East, almost all safety officers they are giving the TBT
Yeah,
in 80%,
especially
80 to
construct,
90%.
construction sites, contracting sites, especially
Yes, yes, yes.
even industrial sites, even in this, they what they say that why you should do TBT yourself, safety guys should do TBT. They say you do nothing. At least you should do TBT. Make halal your job. You got it. That's so funny. Anyways, so So as you told me, Jan is absolutely right that primarily this is the job of supervisors, operation supervisors. But most of the companies do the reverse in Middle East. So let's say you take charge at that site where basically your job is to do conductivity, which is so funny, and you decide to make it right. But when you decide to change the system, this can be scary as well. Your management may not see it positively, right? So it depends. Again, it depends on situation to situation and your risk tolerance as well. Your risk tolerance. If you're financially solid and stable, you can take risk, go for that. Maximum, what will happen? You will be fired, you will get a better opportunity. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. In that case, many supervisor, it's a chance that they may be come to you and they will fight to you that we don't understand, and since 5 years, 10 years, only safety were doing this job.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone will start shouting on you that you're not doing your job. You're taking salary from us, and you can't even, you don't know your job. You are incompetent because you don't know how to deliver TBT. That's why you are asking us. This can happen. Backfire can happen. So again, it depends situation to situation. Uh, Everything depends on you. Everything depends on you. A lot of guidelines available, a lot of ways available, but risk tolerance, risk taking is not everyone's way, right? Some people are so much risk takers. Some people are so much risk avoiders, risk aversion. So it depends on absolutely. But my philosophy is different. My philosophy says take risk. Maximum what happen? Ultimately, you will get a better job because that those stupids doesn't deserve you. Trust me, not all people are stupids on this planet. There are some better people. So those people who has high affinity to you, you will definitely find them. So those stupids who don't even know that, because why? Because first you will try to convince them that why TBT is supervisor job. Because yeah, Akil is what TBT's job is specific. How can I initiate this? We can just add our out input. Yeah, simply you just to tell them that why it's a supervisor job, because before at the start of the job, because uh, this is something relevant to operations, right? Let's say there's a painting job. So how to there's a painting crew and there's a painting supervisor. So you have to train them first. You have to arrange a training first that how supervisors will deliver that TBT training or TBT talks. You have to tell them procedure, SOPs, and in the end they will take the signatures and you will submit to me. So why this is supervisor job primarily in by spirit, because worker understand instructions of supervisors. They don't know you. Supervisor will say, work safely, follow this rules during your job. They will. So simple. If supervisor says no, let's say you conduct a beautiful TBT, but when you went away from that place, supervisor said, bullshit, just do your job. Got it? Because supervisor is the one who determine their salaries, increments, bonuses, overtime, blah blah, everything. So yeah, supervisors must be involved while not only just JSA, but all the documentation, every SOP, every system, all the supervisors, managers must be involved, because safety is a teamwork. Safety is not the sole work; it's a teamwork. You won't be able to instill a culture unless there's a teamwork. Safety is purely a teamwork, purely. And this is basically top management. Top management is there to teach everyone that it's a teamwork. This is not the job of just EHS section. Yeah, in ISO requirement, this is ISO requirement as well. Now there's a jargon at this stage. There's a beautiful point comes in my mind for your learning and for your learning. Have you heard about psychological safety? Psychological safety. What is that? Yeah, Akhil. Yeah. Would you like to say a few words about that in simple language? Psychological safety is very important for organizations' growth.
It's something, sir, related to like mental health, anxiety, depression.
Ultimately, the purpose is the same. Psychological safety is relevant to culture that top management provides psychological safety environment, safe environment, psychologically safe environment, where everyone, every worker is encouraged to contact management without any problem, give them ideas, suggestions, solutions. That's called, you can also call it participative management. Participative management. This is psychological safety means people are not scared psychologically to come up with ideas, to come up with solutions. They are free to say whatever they want to say. This is psychological safety. And this is the duty. See, if an organization, especially US companies, this is very much common here in the US, psychological. If a company practices psychological safety, that company grows exponentially. That company grows. Why? Because let's say worker has having some ideas, some solutions, but they are not psychologically safe. How you will make a psychologically safe culture? By not punishing people for their mistakes. You got it? For their mistakes, for their points, for their statements, for their ideas, for their communication. A lot of time people do make mistakes, but when top management is so sensible, top management, they provide a culture of okay, no problem, you committed a mistake, no problem. When there's a psychological safe culture, people are not scared to admit their mistakes. They come up, they do not hide themselves. They come up and courageously say, yes, I did that, sorry about that. Management say, no worries, don't do that, and thank you for letting us know. It's an opportunity to improve our system. This is psychological safety. That's a beautiful concept. Again, this is basically, this is not relevant to dump organizations. This is relevant to high growth organization, high performance organizations, and especially American companies. American companies practices these things, these psychological safe culture a lot, most of the time. Okay, so far so good. Any question? Great. See, behavior-based safety is a simple concept, but in essence, in my PS, you means you want to say personal safety? I believe these concepts are not effective as long as uh, there is a culture of psychological safety. Okay, there is a culture of not so much. BBS is an old concept. BBS says psychological safety is a big is not just relevant to occupational safety. You can say, right? It's relevant to overall company growth and performance. overall. It's not hardcore safety, psychological safety. That people are encouraged to come up with their ideas, openly communicate, trust, mutual communication, give them ideas, give company management to ideas. And they're not scared to admit their mistakes. They are coming up and they're admitting openly that they committed a mistake. They're not hiding themselves. So in this way, company grows, system grows. BBS is hardcore occupational safety concept that when people will be performing their task, so empower them so that they comply to safety rules even without supervision. Empower them for their own safety. This is behavior-based safety. Empower them for their own safety without having, without penalizing them. You don't need to penalize them. You don't need to be scared them. Without having a fear in mind, they are following and complying safety rules, site safety rules, company safety rules, uh, for their own benefit, for their own. You have instilled a culture that now safety in their heads, in their hearts, from head to hearts, safety by heart. This is absolute definition, absolute picture of BBS. And I won't call it BBS. I will say this should be ABS. It should be renamed as ABS. And what is ABS? Attitude-based safety. Perfect. Which is relatively new concept. You might have never seen somewhere else. This is my original thinking. So I say that it should be called as attitude-based safety, not behavior, because behavior is apparent. Attitude is hidden. You should change their attitude inside, right? Let's say they are behaving safely in front of you, but when you've gone away, they are again on their own pattern. Change their attitudes so that they don't need supervision, right? They don't need supervision. बिल्कुल ऐसे ही जैसे या बंदे ये एहसास पैदा कर ले कि अल्लाह देख रहा है. ठीक है, ये क्या है कि कोई आपको बंदा आपको नहीं देख रहा, लेकिन आप ये एहसास आपने अगर पैदा कर लिया कि अल्लाह देख रहा है, तो ये दिस इज गोइंग टू चेंज योर एटीट्यूड्स. तो एटीट्यूड को चेंज करने में जो कंपनी कामयाब हो, लोगों के सोच को, वर्कर्स के खास हो, जो कि बहुत हार्ड टास्क है. ये इजी नहीं है. ठीक है, ये इजी नहीं है, बट मुसलसल कोशिश से आप काफी बेहतरी ला सकते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है, प्रोग्राम डिजाइन करते हैं, एजुकेट करते रहें, बताते रहें, लेकिन वही बात है ना, कम्युनिकेशन आपकी इफेक्टिव हो और कंसिस्टेंट हो, तो एक दिन आप देखेंगे कि आपको रिजल्ट मिलेगा कि लोग वाकई समझ रहे हैं उसकी वैल्यू को, और आपको इन्फोर्स करने की जरूरत पेश नहीं आ रही. इन्फोर्समेंट की, पेनल्टीज लगाने की, लोगों को पकड़ने की. अब एक बार मैं सऊदीया में नौकरी कर रहा था. मैं आपको बड़ी फनी थिंग बताता हूँ कि मैं एक बार मैं सऊदीया में नौकरी कर रहा था, तो मुझे एक जगह पे किसी ने एक साहब मिले, सेफ्टी ऑफिसर थे, 18 साल से, शाह जी उनको कहते थे. उन्होंने कहा कि भाई, आपको पता है मेरा बड़ा रोब और दबदबा है साइट पे. जब मैं निकलता हूं तो सब लोग हेलमेट पहन लेते हैं. तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि जब आप वापस चले जाते हैं तो फिर क्या होता है? फिर उतार लेते हैं. आपको देख के यानी सब लोग हेलमेट पहन लेते हैं यानी जब आप निकलते हैं साइट पे. ठीक है जी. वो अपने आप को सेफ्टी का बादशाह कहते थे. तो ये देखें, ये गलत कॉन्सेप्ट अजीब तरह के बिठाए हुए हैं. पुलिस वाले नहीं है, सेफ्टी वाले जो हैं वो पुलिस वाले नहीं है कि भाई उनको देख के लोग सीधे खड़े हो जाएं. ठीक है जी. अच्छा, की बेंचमार्क आपने पूछे हैं, इसके केपीआईज वगैरह, बस इट्स अ लॉन्ग डिबेट, लेकिन वो फिर हम बहुत ज्यादा डीप डाउन चले जाएंगे. साइकोलॉजिकल सेफ्टी में की पॉइंट्स, की परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर्स वगैरह. लेकिन अगर पीपल आर कमिंग अप विद देयर मिस्टेक्स, तो ये मेन है इसका यार्ड स्टिक. मेन यार्ड स्टिक ये है कि people are coming up and reporting their mistakes. ये सबसे बड़ा यार्ड स्टिक है, सबसे बड़ा, ये ध्यान में रखिएगा। आमतौर पे कोई भी कंपनी ये नहीं कर पाती, सबको खौफ होता है कि भाई मिस्टेक की तो मारेगा, उड़ा देंगे। तो अगर किसी कंपनी ने ये कर लिया कि वो वर्कर आके मिस्टेक्स बता रहे हैं, ये सबसे बड़ा बेंचमार्क केपीआई साइकोलॉजिकल सेफ्टी का। और उनको कोई फियर ना सिर्फ ये कि नहीं है, और वाकई कंपनी उनको उड़ा भी नहीं रही, इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, रूट कॉज एनालिसिस ढूंढ, आरसीए कर रही है, सिस्टम इंप्रूव कर रही है, अप्रिशिएट कर रही है जो अपनी आपके मिस्टेक्स बता रहे हैं कि भाई हमसे ये मिस्टेक हो गई, जो कि डेलिबरेटली नहीं थी, लेकिन हमसे रूल वायलेट हो गया, ठीक है, जिससे कोई नुकसान हुआ या नहीं हुआ, बट दे आर रिपोर्टिंग देयर मिस्टेक देमसेल्व्स। ये सबसे बड़ा, ठीक है। बट दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, बिकॉज देखे ना आपका जो रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम है, नियर मिस रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम, इंसिडेंट रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम, so if you have a psychological safe culture, psychological safety, only then people would be able to report you back. Otherwise, they won't be able to report you near misses or accidents, right? Oh yeah, sometimes it happens. Okay, but you have to have a program in place.
Grievous policy you have.
You have BBS policy. Excellent. Good. So it's a continuous improvement. Keep looking how you can improve your system. Keep looking, right? Keep looking for ideas. Or yeah, it's because of fear of penalty, because people think that they will be penalized, they will be fired from the job. Mean ये कि भाई fired from the job. चाहिए जॉब सबको प्यारी होती है, नहीं दूसरी मिले ना मिले तो, राइट। ओके जी सर, चलें थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ते हैं, हम बहुत पीछे जा रहे हैं। हमने अच्छा, इसके साथ आप ये, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड ओशा रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग रूल। दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। व्हाई ओशा इज सो powerful, and why all companies are reporting regularly to OSHA. And because of OSHA, they have reduced down injuries and fatalities because of their recording and reporting requirements. रिटर्न्स फाइल किए आपने? टैक्स टैक्स कौन कौन फाइल करता है? टैक्स फाइल किया आपने? टैक्स, वेरी गुड। किस किसके नहीं किए? मैं अभी एफबीआर को बता रहा हूँ जाके। अच्छा जी, जिस तरह से टैक्स फाइल होता है, उसी तरह से अमेरिका में कंपनियां अपनी इंजरी फाइल करती हैं। एक्सलेंट, गुड। सेफ्टी वालों पे दोहरी मुसीबत। तो अमेरिका में सेफ्टी वाले ये ओशा फाइलिंग करते हैं एवरी ईयर, इंजरी एंड इलनेस फाइलिंग, ठीक है। व्हाट हैपेंस हियर, दे रिकॉर्ड ऑल द रिकॉर्डेबल इंजरीज। फर्स्ट एड केस नहीं होता, they have to record in their log sheet, which is called OSHA 300A, and at the year end, यहाँ उनका OSHA का साल खत्म होता है फरवरी में। तो फरवरी ईयर एंड पे, अब अगला साल आएगा फरवरी 2023 में, आपने पूरे साल, सॉरी, जो कैलेंडर ईयर है, कैलेंडर ईयर जो है आपका जनवरी टू दिसंबर, मैक्सिमम डेट होती है इसकी फरवरी। पिछले साल का फरवरी में आपने फाइल करना है, ओशा को बताना है कि आपने क्या क्या तीर मारे, कितने बंदे जख्मी किए, कितने बीमार किए, और कैसे किए, राइट। ये है जी, दिस इज रिकॉर्डिंग एंड रिपोर्टिंग। अब इसका क्राइटेरिया क्या है वो समझ लें। दो क्राइटेरिया हैं। वन, नंबर वन, इट शुड बी वर्क रिलेटेड। it should be work related. Number two, it should be new. That's it. Clear है? Any question in this? समझ में आ गई ये बात, ये कि भाई कोई आपसे पूछे कि व्हाट इज द रिकॉर्डिंग क्राइटेरिया?
Sir, it should be work related. It's mean it should be on workplace, or if someone is going from home to
Yeah,
workplace.
I was
If any
expecting this question. No, work related means not just at the workplace. It can be outside the workplace, but if it is work related, it is recordable. Example, your purchaser went out in the market to purchase, say, a few items for the company, right? And he got the accident. He met an accident. His vehicle met an accident on the work. Now here he is outside the workplace, but because it is work related, it is recordable and reportable. Got it? और कोई कंफ्यूजन अभी भी है? क्योंकि इट शुड बी वर्क रिलेटेड, यानी काम पर है, वर्कर काम पर है, ठीक है? क्लियर है कि नहीं? क्यों?
Okay,
क्योंकि
one
जी
yes, sir. One more question. If there is a bus and there is a 20 workers, if they met an accident, so
Yeah.
it would be recorded in
Yes,
20
yes.
logs or in one logs.
Workers bus met an accident while
Yes.
coming at workplace, right? So it
Yes.
is work related and it is reportable and recordable. Why? Because it's occupational bus, company bus, and the driver was also occupational driver.
Yes, sir. And there is a 20 injuries. So it would be consider a one accident or 20 injury like this.
That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal. You can consider one accident, or you can it will be one incident, and you will in detail column you will write their names, that who injured. That's not a big deal. But the most important is that you have to understand that which is recordable and which is not recordable, reportable, right? First aid cases are not, even at the workplace, they are not recordable and reportable. Injuries means those injuries where a medical doctor is seeing an injured person or illness person, a subscription is being written. This is their criteria, right? And it should be work related and it should be new as well. New means if you already recorded and that same person is repeating that illness, let's say asthma, occupational asthma, and you already recorded. Okay, so that is recurrence of, sometimes there's a recurrence of illness. So that is not again recordable because that is already recorded and reported. Yeah. EU have related to injury reporting? No, not as such. I think EU basically is a cluster of European countries, but every European country has their own requirements. Let's say Germany, France, UK is not already outside European Union. UK has RIDOR, RIDDOR. They call it RIDOR. And as long as EU, so every EU member, they have their own. They are 26, 28 countries. So if someone is going to EU member country, so they should know what they are reporting and injury reporting requirements, right? Okay. So again, training, we already discussed that in details. You have to arrange in-house training programs relevant to occupational hazards, equipment hazards, work environment, industry issues. There are a lot of variety of topics you can arrange. You can also arrange external trainings, not just in-house training. You can also invite on for specialized topics on which you don't have so much competence. You can arrange external third-party trainer to come at your workplace and train your guys. For example, electrical safety, arc flash. Most of the time, you don't have so much competencies, so you can, for example, scaffold inspection. There are a lot of topics on which you can call a third-party trainer, a competent trainer to come at your workplace. But what happens in a lot of organizations outside US, they that funny practice, they have a lot of companies. They arrange third-party training, but they call someone to come, and that person may be their friend, and that friend come and just read out PowerPoint, and that's it. In a chill room, that person read out PowerPoint, and that's a training done. That happens. I'm talking about third party. Third party, whether it is in-house or third party, it should be as per merit. It should be in their spirit, right? So in training, basically, a lot of time you requires hands-on. And if you cannot arrange hands-on, at least it should be delivered by competent trainer based on case studies. Right? Trainer should be competent, and it should be delivered in its own spirit. Companies should have training budgets. In some countries, because I have worked in so many capacities. In some companies, in some countries, they have training budgets, but what happens? They consume all that budget only for the top management. Top management only. They have training budget, but they are using all that budget only for the top management. For example, their deputy MD, they are sponsoring that person to go to America and arrange top taproot training. That happens a lot of time. So that's the problem. Okay, funny things. So a lot of time, basically, top management, they try to occupy all resources. They don't want to bring it down. They say all resources belong to us. Yeah, exactly. Managerial skills training again and again, again and again, again and again. Useless managerial skills training. And in the name of soft skills, training, another funny practice I observed in some countries and some companies. Mostly corruption happens in soft skills training. Why? Because they usually bring their own friends in the name of soft skills training. Because soft skills training, delivery of soft skills is quite easy, right? Because in soft skills, I remember I used to work in a company 22 years ago. I attended a soft skill training. Trust me. Oh my God. And company paid that person for 1 day, more than 2 lakhs. That was just a bullshit. So, in the name of soft skill, a hard skill, they just bring their friends, they just read out PowerPoint. In soft skills, in most of soft skills, they do what they do usually, they arrange some games for the engagement. Okay, just music, just play a game, wheelchair game for the engagement. PowerPoint, that's it, and you're done soft skills. So in this way, because companies usually don't check the ROI of their training. What is ROI?
Return of investment.
Return on investment. That what you are putting your dollars and what are coming back. Companies are not checking what is the quality of training, whether we need it or not. We actually need it. No, we don't need that. Why we need that? We don't need that useless training. There is no use of that. Anyways, that's the issue of companies and their management. But ROI, again, it belongs to it. This is something relevant to regulatory environment. Where there's a more stringent regulatory environment, there's more check and balance from the country, from the governments, from the state rules, from the federal government rules. Because what I see in the US, they have check and balance. If they arrange a training, so they always check for ROI, that we invested this much dollar and what we got in return. What is the effectiveness of training? What people learned, what behavior they changed. Okay. Otherwise, it's just a useless exercise. It's just a bullshit. Most of the countries and companies, it's just a bullshit in the name of training. Just waste of time and money and precious resources. So a company management must set ROI standards, that what we are getting in return. All right. So again, OSHA says training must be in a language and vocabulary workers can understand. This again, very important. Again and again, they are saying that it should be in their own language and vocabulary. Don't use your jargon. Use their jargon, which they understand, which they use. Right? Example, for a scaffold, if I used to say, if I in training with the scaffold, if I say, do you have a scaffold? They won't understand. I have to say chokra again and again, chokra, because they would understand this language. All right. So again, what else? 19, 10, 10 20, this is a standard number, right, to examine and copy records, examples of toxic. These are the examples workers can come and check. Yeah, exactly. For the soft skill sessions, yeah. So these are the examples. You can see here on screen medical records like metals and dust, lead, cadmium. This is relevant to industry, right? This is called airborne monitoring. So workers can check what is the airborne monitoring of silica in their industry, in their factory. What is the medical surveillance report? Let's say if a company, in a company, workers are responsible for RT, radiographic testing, which is very dangerous. So under the law, company must arrange their medical surveillance testing every 3 months. And likewise, workers are working under high noise environment. So company, under the law, company has to organize, company has to arrange audiometry testing of all workers working under high noise environment. So those workers can come and check their audiometry test record. What's the benefit for worker? बेनिफिट ये है कि भाई अगर वर्कर बहरा हो रहा है तो उसको पता तो चले, ताकि वो नौकरी तो छोड़े। जान है तो जान है, या
यस
जान
सर,
है तो
ये
जहान है। हाँ जी,
प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच है।
प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच, ग्रेट, वंडरफुल। उसको वो रीडिंग से पता दो, सो दैट द वर्कर कैन डिसाइड। अगर उसको पैसा चाहिए तो वर्कर कंटिन्यू, हेल्थ चाहिए तो वो उसके घर वाले उसको खींच के बुला लेंगे कि भाई वापस आ जाओ। हमें बाबा जान चाहिए, हमें पैसा नहीं चाहिए, like that. So this is the benefit that if you give access workers their medical records, they can decide whether to move on or continue. So this is the benefit. Okay. Again, what other things? File a complaint with OSHA. Worker can file a complaint with OSHA. Worker can contact OSHA that these are the problems going on in our company, and it can be dangerous, and we can be injured. We can suffer diseases. Please come and check them. Right. Also, they can participate in OSHA inspection. ये बहुत कई मर्तबा होता है वर्क साइट्स पे, जब बाहर से कोई ऑडिटर आता है तो आपने देखा होगा कि वर्कर्स उसके साथ किसी न तरह चिपक जाते हैं। ये होता है ना, पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि उसको अंदर के राज बताने की। तो ओशा ने इसको बाकायदा लॉ रूल का नाम दे दिया है कि भाई कोई चीज छुप के नहीं, ये हमारा रूल है। वर्कर्स कैन कम एंड पार्टिसिपेट इन ओशा इंस्पेक्शन। ठीक है, ताकि वो जब बताएं कि भाई इधर नहीं इधर चलो, इधर प्रॉब्लम है, इधर नहीं इधर आओ, इधर प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे मशीनरी पे गार्ड्स नहीं है, यहाँ पे एक्सकवेशन देखो इन्होंने कोई शोरिंग नहीं लगाई, इधर चलो। इंस्पेक्टर को तो नहीं पता, वर्कर्स हैव फुल राइट। दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल। साइटेशन अबेटमेंट प्रोसीजर, ये आप कह रहे हैं। देखिए साइटेशन का जो प्रोसीजर है, पहले उस पे आते हैं, फिर उसके बाद अबेटमेंट पे भी आते हैं। ये पार्क दिस क्वेश्चन फॉर लेटर ऑन, अभी साइटेशन पे आते हैं तो पूरे। देखिए पूरा प्रोसीजर समझना आपके लिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, क्योंकि दैट इज रेलिवेंट टू प्योरली यूएस एंड यू आर नॉट इन द यूएस। ठीक है, जस्ट नट शेल में प्रिंसिपली थोड़ा सा आप उसको समझ लें, देख लें, मैं आपको बता दूंगा। अदरवाइज उनका प्रोसीजर तो बहुत तवील और लंबा है, जिसमें हमें कई दिन लग जाएंगे सिर्फ उनके साइटेशन प्रोसीजर पे। ठीक है, तो नट शेल में अभी आगे आ रहे हैं, हम इस पे बात करने जा रहे हैं। ओके, तो वर्कर्स कैन पार्टिसिपेट इन ओशन इंस्पेक्शन so that inspectors can know what problems are और abatement measures, risk reduction measures वो क्या ले सकता है ओशा। वर्कर्स उनको दिखाएगा टू डेट सेट फॉर वायलेशन। ठीक है, what is the right of workers in abatement date? Abatement date, what do you mean? इसको रिफ्रेश करें। I didn't get your question. Abatement date, see, citation। देखिए साइटेशन का मतलब है बेसिकली इशूइंग ऑफ वायलेशन नोटिस। ठीक है, सिंस यू हैव रेज द क्वेश्चन तो चलिए उसी पे आ जाते हैं। दीज आर मोस्ट फ्रीक्वेंटली साइटेड ओशा वायलेशंस। ठीक है, ये आप देख रहे हैं उनकी साइट पे अवेलेबल है। सबसे ज्यादा जिसमें वो डंडी मारते हैं एम्प्लॉयर्स, वो है फॉल प्रोटेक्शन, हैस्कॉम, स्कैफोल्ड, रेस्पिरेटरी प्रोटेक्शन, इलेक्ट्रिकल, इंडस्ट्रियल पावर ट्रक्स, लैडर्स। इनमें सबसे ज्यादा डंडी मारते हैं। So what happens in citation procedure? A OSHA inspector inspects the workplace और उसके बाद वो देखता है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी देखता है, वो इंस्पेक्शन भी करता है। अब वो अगर लेट्स से उसने देखा कि भाई आप इसी को ले लें कि जो मशीनरी है, मशीनरी पे वो नहीं है, गार्ड्स नहीं है मशीनरी पे, मशीनरी गार्ड्स नहीं है, सेफ गार्ड्स नहीं है। ठीक है जी, सिंपल है। You asking, do they have the right to put a request to change the abandoned date? आप क्या पूछना चाह रही हैं, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा। Can you switch on the mic and ask on the mic?
सर एक्चुअली मैं ये पूछना चाह रही हूँ कि क्या वर्कर्स को कोई राइट है कि जब अबेटमेंट डेट आ जाती है या दे देते हैं तो उनको कोई राइट है कि उसमें वो इंटरफेयर करें कि उसको जो है वो आगे पीछे करने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट दे सके। बस ये पूछना चाह रही हूँ।
As such, no. This is not relevant to them. Abatement.
अच्छा।
What is relevant to them, what is logical to them is hazard correction, abatement.
ओ,
That's it,
ओ,
right? Let's say, I got it. Let's say a company has given them notice to break it down to 4 months,
हम्म।
right?
जी सर।
Put our guards within 4 months. Worker से नहीं इसको 10 दिन में होना चाहिए. So this is not relevant to them. This is something between management, रिसोर्स, बिकॉज उसमें और बहुत सी चीजें वो देखते हैं, रिसोर्सेज, ठीक है। और तब तक के लिए बेसिकली वो कोई ना कोई इंटरिम चीजें लगाते हैं, इंटरिम कंट्रोल्स की अलबत्ता पाबंदी होती है, ठीक है।
ओके सर।
आपका पॉइंट तो वैलिड है, मैं समझ गया, ठीक है, क्योंकि भाई इतना लॉन्ग टर्म में अगर फिर कोई हादसा हो गया फिर क्या करेगा, ठीक है। तो वो उसमें इंटरिम कंट्रोल लाजमी है, ऐसा नहीं होता कि वो उसको खुला छोड़ते हैं, खुला छोड़ के कहें कि हाँ भाई जाओ आप जाके मरो, 6 महीने बाद जो होगा देखा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। वो कोई ना कोई इंटरिम कंट्रोल होगा, वो
ठीक।
आता है, ठीक है, वो आता है उसका
ठीक।
ओशन से। फॉर एग्जाम्पल काम बंद होगा उसके ऊपर, देखें 2 तरह के नोटिस होते हैं, प्रोहिबिशन नोटिस भी आता है कि भाई काम ही नहीं होगा जब तक आप कंट्रोल नहीं लगाते, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम यही होता है, सही है। लेट्स से एक मखसूस एरिया में आपके पास वो नहीं है, आ, आ, कोई मशीनरी है जिसपे गार्ड्स नहीं लगे हुए, ठीक है, तो वो नोटिस देंगे कि भाई वो उसको कहते हैं ना, वो जो सील करने का नोटिस होगा, तो वो सील का
हम्म।
नोटिस लगा के चले जाएंगे, उस सील को कोई नहीं तोड़ सकता, सिंपल।
गॉट इट
यहाँ
सर।
इसी तरह बिजनेसेस हैं, अब जैसे मैं आपको ऐसे बताता हूँ, कोई रेस्टोरेंट है, रेस्टोरेंट पकड़ लिया हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट ने गलत प्रैक्टिसेस करते हुए, या हाइजीन प्रैक्टिसेस नहीं कर रहे, उनके जो वर्कर्स हैं वो बगैर ओढ़े, वो उनके बाल गिर रहे हैं खाने, उन्होंने पकड़ लिया, बर्तन वगैरह भी ऐसे पड़े होते हैं गलत, वो सील कर देंगे, शटर गिरा देंगे और नोटिस लगा देंगे कि भाई ये हमने सील कर दिया, ठीक है। तो जब सील हो गया तो उसके बीच फिर वो मामला तय करेंगे कि हाँ भाई अब बताओ क्या करना है, ठीक है। ये अच्छा डिपेंड करता है किस तरह का प्रॉब्लम है, अगर कोई कम लेवल का प्रॉब्लम है तो उसमें वो सील नहीं करेंगे, सीवियर लेवल का है तो वो सब सील कर देंगे, ठीक है। इट डिपेंड्स ऑन ओशा, ये दिस इज ऑन ओशाज डिसीजन के भाई बहुत ही इमिनेंट डेंजर, मैं इसको इस तरह से कह लें, आप देखें, इसको आप ऐसे भी समझें कि
सर रिवोकेशन ऑफ परमिट भी कर सकते हैं ना?
हाँ मुख्तलिफ किस्म के वो चीजें पेनल्टीज लगा सकते हैं, वो सिचुएशन सिचुएशन है, उनका एक अपना हिसाब किताब है, वो अपने हिसाब से वही देखेंगे, हमें बता के नहीं करेगा ये ओशा। ये देखें, दिस इज समथिंग रेलिवेंट टू दिस स्लाइड एज वेल, कि देखें अगर इमिनेंट डेंजर है, इफ देयर इज इमिनेंट डेंजर और वो आके उन्होंने देख लिया, तो फिर और वो टाइम लेट्स से 4 मंथ का नोटिस आता है, 3 मंथ्स का आता है, तो अब 3 महीने तक क्या वर्कर मरेगा? इमिनेंट डेंजर का मतलब है कि देयर इज अ रिस्क ऑफ कैजुअलिटी, गॉट इट। सो अगर अगर कोई ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है जो कि मैनेजेबल हो सकता है वर्क के साथ, तो अगर ऐसा है तो वैसे भी उसमें तो वैसे भी टाइम इतना नहीं मिलेगा, अगर बड़े नौयत की चेंज है तो वो इमिनेंट डेंजर में ही होगा, जिसके लिए टाइम भी ज्यादा मिलेगा, और फिर यूजुअली उसके लिए वो उसको काम को भी बंद कर देंगे, सील कर देंगे। छोटे लेवल का प्रॉब्लम है, लेट्स से पीपीज देना है, तो उसमें तो पीपीज तो वो मार्केट से खरीद के 2 दिन में इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं,
इम्प्रूवमेंट
ठीक।
नोटिस आएगा उसमें।
वो उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट नोटिस आएगा, वो क्योंकि उस लेवल का नहीं है प्रॉब्लम
हम्म।
जो उसको पोशा को लगे, ये है इस तरह से, ठीक है। तो बट इट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन, वो अगेन क्वेश्चन से फायदा होता है, क्वेश्चंस
गॉट
पूछें,
इट सर, थैंक यू।
ये ऑलवेज वेलकम, देखें आप सब पूछते रहें, ठीक है, पूछेंगे तो आपको मजा आएगा, वरना अदरवाइज वन वे स्लाइड रीडिंग कुछ नहीं होती। पूछे ताकि आपकी अपनी क्लैरिटी होगी, आपको फायदा होगा, आपको फायदा होगा तभी हम समझेंगे कि हमें कुछ फायदा हुआ है इस टाइम का। ठीक है नहीं, क्योंकि एक चीज आपके दिमाग में बैठ जाए ना, तो फिर वो आपके दिमाग से जिंदगी भर नहीं निकलेगी, और आप जिंदगी भर हमें रेफर करते रहेंगे कि भाई ये हमारे सर सलाउद्दीन जौहर साहब ये उन्होंने बताया, और इस तरीके से बिठा दिया कि दिमाग से नहीं निकल रही। ठीक है, ऑलराइट जी। अच्छा, कोई और क्वेश्चन किसी और का? लहरे जी। अच्छा, हम कहाँ थे? हमने क्या क्या चीजें देखनी है? बी फ्री, ये बदला नहीं लेना उससे, ये पहले भी बात हो गई है। ओशन इंस्पेक्शन में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है वर्कर। ठीक है जी। अच्छा, अब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज क्या है एम्प्लॉयर की अंडर ओशा? ठीक है, ये कंपनियों, ये पूरी दुनिया की कंपनियों के काम का है। ठीक है, ये बातें सारी, प्रोवाइड अ वर्क प्लेस फ्री फ्रॉम रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड्स एंड कंप्लाई विद ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स, ये हर कंपनी की ड्यूटी है अमेरिका में कि भाई वर्क प्लेस फ्री फ्रॉम रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड्स। अब यहाँ पे जार्गन आ गई एक, यहाँ पे हम थोड़ा सा रुकेंगे। ये क्या है, ये रिकॉग्नाइज्ड क्या है, ये क्यों इन्होंने डाला है? हैजर्ड क्यों नहीं लिखा भाई सिंपली? ये इन्होंने एक नई मुसीबत में डाल दिया। ये क्या है? our we have a candidate Iyad Jan, क्या can you understand Hindi? I think no.
Yes, yes.
You can, oh great. ओके, तो हम थोड़ा थोड़ा उर्दू हिंदी पे आप भी आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें जरा उर्दू हिंदी का तड़का लगता है तो और मजा दुबाला हो जाता है। अच्छा जी, तो ये व्हाट इज रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड्स? ये बड़े काम का ये इसलिए है कि ये एज अ सेफ्टी लीडर आपके काम की, बहुत काम की चीज है ये है लीगल लैंग्वेज, ये है
Sir,
जार्गन।
those hazards which are highlighted by the OSHA,
नो,
like
ये ओशा का काम नहीं है उसको उनको हाईलाइट करना। या समवॉट देखें, इकबाल अब्बासी की तरफ से आया है जी, क्वाइट क्लोज। रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड का लफ्ज उन्होंने इसलिए इस्तेमाल किया है कि भाई वो हैजर्ड्स जो कि कॉमन हैजर्ड्स हैं, कॉमन सेंस में है, आपको पता है कि ये इस काम के नतीजे में ये होना था। मिसाल के तौर पे एक ऑयल रिफाइनरी है, ऑयल रिफाइनरी का रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड, वहां पे आग लगती है, एक्सप्लोजन होता है, राइट? और कंपनी ने उसको मैनेज नहीं किया हुआ, उस पर कोई कंट्रोल नहीं लगाया हुआ। तो ये है रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड्स उस ऑयल रिफाइनरी के लिए। नाउ इट डिपेंड्स ऑन टाइप ऑफ बिजनेस, नेचर ऑफ बिजनेस, साइज ऑफ बिजनेस, जियोग्राफी ऑफ बिजनेस, ये सारे फैक्टर्स इस रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड में आ जाते हैं। गौरव, या कोई मुश्किल है? वो हैजर्ड्स विच
It's
आर
clear,
रेलेवेंट
clear.
टू पर्टिकुलर काम, पर्टिकुलर नेचर ऑफ जॉब, जियोग्राफी। अब एक कंपनी कराची शहर में बैठी है, पाकिस्तान का सबसे बड़ा शहर, वहां से उठ को उसको काम मिलता है सहराए थर में, राइट? या हिंदुस्तान में है वो, अगर दिल्ली से उठ को काम, उसको उठ के काम मिलता है उसको राजस्थान के डेजर्ट्स में। अब वहां के जो रिकॉग्नाइज हैजर्ड्स हैं वो डिफरेंट हो जाएंगे ना, कि नहीं? समझ में
Maybe
आई बात?
presence of wild snakes in desert.
या, परफेक्ट, ब्यूटिफुल, यू आर सो इंटेलिजेंट, ये परफेक्ट। So recognized hazards are somewhat relevant to nature of job, geography, business. So this comes from intelligence, you know. This is the job of safety professional. This is the pure job of safety professional. They have to understand what are recognized hazards, identified hazards, easily understandable, common sense hazard. What are the recognized hazards of logistic industry? Let's say FedEx. FedEx is delivering parcels, right? Now, their recognized hazards would be different than a construction company. Yes or no?
Yes.
So simple. So this is so beautiful. If you got the message, if you got the concept, you will enjoy this. So understand, always talk about recognized hazards. Wherever you talk in the company, with the regulators, stakeholders, management, board of directors, shareholders, employees, everywhere, recognize hazards. Okay, so provide a workplace free from recognized hazards and comply with OSHA standards. This is the duty of employees. Provide training required by OSHA standards. This is the duty of company, right? Wherever OSHA standards require that company must deliver training, they have to provide training, occupational training, keep records of injuries, and also training of OSHA standards, OSHA 10 hours and 30 hours. Right now, I have a company here in New York, to which I have a contract. I teach them on site, and I report back to OTI, and their OTI delivers mail and the home address, their OSHA cards, 10 and 30 hours cards. Okay, so this is also this is mandatory for workers in New York as well. In 6 states, every worker must have 10 and 30 hours cards at site. So this is the duty of the employer company. They must arrange that. Keep records other than OSHA. Yeah, one thing also important in New York State, New York City, other than OSHA, there is another layer of training requirement, safety training requirement, which is site safety. I'm trying to become their authorized trainer as well. Site safety training, SST. In the New York City, every worker, this is the requirement by New York City government. Every worker and supervisor at the building site, construction site in the city must have site safety training card, SST, valid for 1 year. And this training to be delivered and card to be issued by New York Building Department authorized trainer. And who are they, those authorized trainers? Those trainers are basically OSHA authorized trainers. So if a trainer is authorized by OSHA, they can apply to become New York Building Department authorized trainer as well and issue SST cards to workers and supervisors in New York City. Okay, keep records of injuries and illness, record keeping. OSHA will come and check, provide medical exams whenever required by OSHA standards. No description again, worker, blah, blah, post OSHA citation. Yeah, post OSHA citation hazard correction notices wherever required, notice board, on the entry gate, wherever required by OSHA, and provide and pay for most PPEs. What PPE is required by workers, this is a duty to be provided by employer, right? Not the workers. Employer responsibility is continued. Report each worker dash to OSHA, report each worker blah 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 blah. ये सारा पढ़ लें, ठीक है? Common सा है बिल्कुल. Okay, now most important. Yeah.
Sir, which I was trying to ask, that workers have the right to contest the abatement date of OSHA citations. तो सर ये जो अभी आपने समझाया था मुझे ये यही समझाया था
Yeah.
ये जो
जी.
ठीक है सर.
इसमें कोई कंसर्न है आपका क्या?
नहीं सर, कंसर्न नहीं है, मैं समझना चाह रही थी इसका मतलब ना.
आप अबेटमेंट नोटिस ही कह रही हैं. देखिए, अबेटमेंट का मतलब है रिडक्शन, ठीक है?
नहीं सर, वो जो वर्कर्स जो है वो जो उनके पास राइट है कि अबेटमेंट डेट को कंटेस्ट कर सकते हैं, इसको थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन कर दें.
यानी चेंज कर सकते हैं.
नहीं चेंज नहीं कर सकते. यहाँ है वर्कर्स हैव द राइट टू कंटेस्ट द अबेटमेंट डेट ऑफ ओशा साइटेशंस.
कंटेस्ट मीन इसको जरा एक्सप्लेन करें. कंटेस्ट मींस
असल में मैं
I
पढ़
think
रही
that is not workers, the employers, because the citation could be against employer, and employer can contest.
हाँ,
I'm
yeah.
something confused with it.
I think you are confused with the word. This is basically something relevant to employer, not employees.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I got it. Okay, I got
Thank
it.
you, sir.
Basically, what happens here in the US? What is the basic when OSHA issue a citation, an employer or company can challenge that notice. Can challenge that. They say, okay, हम नहीं मानते, जुल्म के ज़ाब्ते हम नहीं मानते. सुना है ना आपने? तो वो हबीब जालिब का ये शेर उन्होंने कहीं से पढ़ लिया होगा, तो वो शुरू हो गया, हाँ, जुल्म के ज़ाब्ते हम नहीं मानते. तो ये एम्प्लॉयर्स कैन चैलेंज, दे कैन चैलेंज इन द कोर्ट्स, एंड उसके बाद ही प्रोसीजर शुरू हो जाता है. वो साइटेशन को मानते ही नहीं एम्प्लॉयर. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई एम्प्लॉयर कोई हुकूमत को, कोई बंदों का, लोगों का हुकूमती लोगों का कोई बंदा होगा, सियासी लोग होंगे, या कोई जागीरदार होंगे, कोई वडेरे होंगे जिनकी फैक्ट्रियां हैं. नहीं, इसका वो उनका एसओपी दिया है उन्होंने कि भाई जहां, वो उन्होंने राइट दिया है कि भाई कहीं पे ओशा भी गलत हो सकती है. ठीक है. तो वो उसको बारीक बीनी से देखें, उसको चैलेंज करें, फिर एक प्रोसीजर हो जाता है उस कि भाई नहीं, हम इसको नहीं मानते, आपने $1 करोड़ का जुर्माना डाल दिया, किस बात का, हमने ये चीजें की थी. फिर रिकॉर्ड पेश करते हैं, राइट, दे प्रेजेंट रिकॉर्ड. इस तरीके से चीजें चल रही होती हैं कि भाई हमने ये किया, ये ट्रेनिंग की, ये किया, वो किया. ठीक है, ये कंट्रोल लगाए थे, तो थोड़े बहुत अगर मिस हो गए तो हमारा इतना जुर्माना नहीं बनता, हमारा जेल नहीं बनता, ये वापस करो, वापस लो इसको. इस तरीके से ये इनका ये चलता रहता है. अपील, फिर अपील होती है, फिर फैसला आता है, फिर अपील होती है, फिर फैसला आता है. इस तरीके से चलता रहता है. ठीक है. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं, बहुत, इन मोस्ट ऑफ केसेस एम्प्लॉयड हैज टू पे देयर पेनल्टीज, मोस्ट ऑफ केसेस. अभी यहाँ पे एक बहुत बड़ा स्टोर है, डॉलर जनरल. डॉलर जनरल अगर आप गूगल करें तो उस पे लाखों डॉलर का जुर्माना हो चुका है, उसने पे किया है डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में. एक भी नहीं, हर जगह इसके पीछे पड़े हैं. ऐसा लगता है कि इसके पीछे पड़ गए. हर हर उसके रिटेल आउटलेट पे जाके उन्होंने उसके उसको जुर्माना डाला है. तो अगर अगर तो इफ एम्प्लॉयर थिंक दैट दे आर एट फॉल्ट और दे डोंट हैव एनीथिंग इन देयर डिफेंस, तो वो उसको चैलेंज नहीं कर सक अगर करेगा तो वो उल्टा उसके ऊपर पेनल्टी डालेंगे कि हमारा टाइम वेस्ट किया आपने. गॉट इट. Challenge be only in that case where they have something to present. They are confident. If they have nothing, बस खाली, जिसको कहते हैं खाली खौली और खाली पीली में वक्त जाया करना, चैलेंज कर देना बस शौक में, ऐसे नहीं. फिर वो कहेंगे कि अगर आपके पास कुछ नहीं था तो उल्टा और पेनल्टी और बढ़ जाएगी. ठीक है, टाइम वेस्ट किया. तो ये होता है ऐसे. अच्छा जी, कुछ क्वेश्चन लेते हैं ना. इज देयर एनी 30 आवर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर मैरिड? यस. 4 डोमेन्स हैं, तो सबके होते हैं. ठीक है, मैरी टाइम के वर्कर्स का भी है, उनका भी तो राइट है भाई. ये सिर्फ कंस्ट्रक्शन और इंडस्ट्री का ही राइट है ट्रेनिंग लेना, तो मैरी टाइम वो भी तो वर्कर्स हैं, वो भी तो इंसान है. ठीक है, उनके भी ट्रेनर्स होते हैं ऑथोराइज, यही ओटीए वगैरह से. लेकिन बिकॉज नॉट सो मच कॉमन, तो बहुत लिमिटेड है, कन्फाइंड है. इसी तरह एग्रीकल्चर का भी यही है, बहुत लिमिटेड है. बहुत कम ओटीआई उसमें जाते हैं, ऑफर करते हैं. और ये फार फ्लंग एरियाज जो है ना, ये यूएस के जो फार फ्लंग स्टेट्स हैं, जैसे वाईमोंग, डेलवेयर, मिड वेस्ट की जो वेस्ट स्टेट्स हैं, वहां पे उनके ओटीआई में मिलेगा. हर ओटीआई फिर ये सारे प्रोग्राम ऑफर नहीं करती. ठीक है. अच्छा जी, द कंपनी हैज फेस्ड द फाइन्स आफ्टर मोर देन, could you recommend CT? What do you mean by CT? ओह, कॉम्पिटेंट ट्रेनर. ओके. देखें, इसके ऑथराइज ट्रेनर तो अगेन वही है कि यूएस में ही होते हैं. ठीक है. तो और वो, और जो यूएस में हैं वो आउटसाइड यूएस वालों के लिए बहुत कम प्रोग्राम ऑफर करते हैं ट्रेनिंग, क्योंकि यूएस में उनके पास टाइम नहीं होता. तो अगर आप उसके मैरी टाइम के किसी ऑथराइज, ओशा ऑथराइज ट्रेनर की बात कर रहे हैं, तो बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि वो फिर आउटसाइड यूएस इतनी बड़ी मार्केट नहीं है. तो वो उतना ना उनके पास टाइम होता है, तो वो यूजुअली नहीं देते। ठीक है। इवन आप अगर आप कंस्ट्रक्शन और जनरल इंडस्ट्री पे ही आ जाएं, जो कि बहुत बड़ी फील्ड्स हैं और इनके ज्यादा ट्रेनर्स हैं ऑथोराइज यूएस बेस्ड, आपको ये भी नहीं मिलेंगे आउटसाइड यूएस ट्रेनिंग देते हुए। ठीक है। बहुत बहुत कम, बहुत मेरे नहीं ख्याल, मेरी नॉलेज में भी तो ऐसा कोई नहीं है जो आउटसाइड यूएस के लिए ट्रेनिंग, जूम ट्रेनिंग करवा रहा कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं। हाँ ओके। सो लेट मी फाइंड इट। अगर कोई मेरे हत्थे चढ़ जाते हैं तो फिर बिल्कुल मैं आपको रेकमेंड कर देता हूँ इनाम। ठीक है। अच्छा जी, ये समझ लें जरा, यहाँ आपकी तवज्जो चाहिए। राइट। चार ग्रुप्स हैं ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स के यहाँ, ये आपको समझना लाजमी है, बीइंग ओशा ट्रेन्ड, कि भाई आप बाकायदा ट्रेनिंग लेकर आए तो आप, आपको पता है और आप एक्सप्लेन भी कर सकते हैं कि भाई चार ग्रुप्स हैं: जन इंडस्ट्री, कंस्ट्रक्शन, मैरीटाइम, एग्रीकल्चर। इनमें ओशा ने स्टैंडर्ड्स रेगुलेशंस बनाए हैं अपने, ताकि इन चारों बड़े वर्क प्लेस कैटेगरीज में हादसात ना हो। ठीक है। ये बड़े मोस्ट फैमिलियर आपको जो मिलेंगे जन इंडस्ट्री कंस्ट्रक्शन के। अब जो जन इंडस्ट्री, अब ओशा स्टैंडर्ड, हाउ टू रीड दैट, अब मैं उस पर भी आऊंगा तो आपको और क्लैरिटी हो जाएगी कि कौन किस तरह से स्टार्ट होता है और किस तरह से। अब ये जो चार डोमेन्स हैं, जन इंडस्ट्री का मतलब है जहां जहां मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो रही है, नाम से जाहिर हो रहा है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, फैक्ट्री, प्लांट, इंडस्ट्री। कंस्ट्रक्शन, जहां पे कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रही है, घर की, फैक्ट्री की, प्लांट की, रोड की, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, ये सारे कंस्ट्रक्शन। मैरीटाइम, पोर्ट्स एंड शिपिंग, जहां जहाजों की आमदरफ्त होती है, पानी के जहाजों की। ठीक है। एग्रीकल्चर, जहां पे हल चलाते हैं, और फिशरीज भी इसी में आती हैं, और फॉरेस्ट्री भी इसी के अंदर कवर होती है। ठीक है। एग्रीकल्चर में भी बड़े हादसात होते हैं यहाँ। गंदम थ्रेशर की कटाई, गंदम की कटाई के टाइम थ्रेशर में लोगों के बड़े बॉडी पार्ट्स आ जाते हैं, इंटैगलमेंट हो जाती है। ठीक है। तो ये एग्रीकल्चर भी एक बहुत बड़ा डोमेन। तो ये चार डोमेन्स में इन्होंने स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाए हैं, जो पूरी दुनिया इनको फॉलो करती है, बने बनाए। आपकी आपकी जिंदगी आसान कर दी उषा ने। ठीक है। आपकी जिंदगी आसान कर दी। बस जस्ट उठाएं और देखें, बेंचमार्क करके अपने सिस्टम पे अप्लाई करें, बेस्ड ऑन वर्क प्लेस सिचुएशन। ठीक है। अगर आप पोर्ट्स एंड शिपिंग में हैं या उससे रेलेवेंट हैं, तो आपको आगे मैरी टाइम के बड़े काम देंगे। ठीक है। कंस्ट्रक्शन में है तो कंस्ट्रक्शन। अच्छा, कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री का बहुत से सेफ्टी प्रोफेशन जो है वो चेंज करते रहते हैं, ओवरलैप। बहुत से जन इंडस्ट्री से कंस्ट्रक्शन में आए हैं, कंस्ट्रक्शन उसमें इंडस्ट्री में जाते हैं, तो समटाइम दोनों की जरूरत पड़ती है उनको। तो वट एवर पारल, लेकिन ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स आर रूल्स दैट डिस्क्राइब द मेथड एम्प्लॉयज मस्ट यूज टू प्रोटेक्ट एम्प्लॉयज फ्रॉम हैजर्ड्स। ये रूल्स हैं। स्टैंडर्ड का मतलब क्या है? ये रूल्स हैं, सेट ऑफ रूल्स। ऑर्डर, ऑर्डर है तो भाई ऑर्डर है, करना है। ठीक है। ये मटेरियल आपने, लेट्स से स्टैंडर्ड है कि इस मेज पे आपने कोने पे नहीं रखना, 2 फीट के फासले पे बीच में रखना है। ये स्टैंडर्ड है, ये रूल है। अब इसको कंप्लाई नहीं किया, पकड़ लिया, जेल या जुर्माना। ठीक है जी। अगर ओशा ने पकड़ लिया, कैन बी बाय सेकंड हैंड कॉपीज ऑफ दीज स्टैंडर्ड्स। देखें, ये जो स्टैंडर्ड्स ओशा के स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, आपके लिए गुड न्यूज ये है कि ये ओशा की वेबसाइट पे बिल्कुल फ्री में अवेलेबल है। आगे मैं वेबसाइट आपको बता रहा हूँ, लिख स्लाइड पे आ रहा है एड्रेस उसका। एड्रेस है उसका OSHA.gov, ऑफिशियल साइट है इनकी, OSHA.gov। उस पे ये फ्री अवेलेबल है। ठीक है सारे। लेकिन आपको जब चाहिए होता है अपने पास कॉपी, हार्ड कॉपी की सूरत में, जिसको कहते हैं ना कि अगर आपने जाहिर है लोगों को बताना भी है, दिखाना भी है कि आप सेफ्टी में बहुत पढ़े लिखे हैं। जिस तरह वकील, किसी एक वकील के पास आप जाते हैं तो किताबों का ढेर लगा होता है। तो मैनी टाइम्स आपको ओशा जनरल इंडस्ट्री रेगुलेशंस, कंस्ट्रक्शन रेगुलेशंस चाहिए होते हैं, बहुत काम के हैं ये, आपके पास किताब की सूरत में मौजूद हो, बल्ले बल्ले, आपकी समझ लें कि मौजे मौजे हैं। इसकी वजह यह है कि आप क्विकली रेफर कर सकते हैं। ऑनलाइन तो हर वक्त एक्सेस नहीं होता, सम जाके मुश्किल भी होती है, लेकिन आपके पास बुक हो तो ये जो बुक है, दैट दीज आर यूजुअली पब्लिश्ड बाय ओटीआई इन द यूएस, और आप उनसे बाय कर सकते हैं। और ये पब्लिशर्स उनके ओटीआईज होते हैं, उनके पास पब्लिशिंग राइट्स होते हैं, और ये ऑनलाइन इनकी हार्ड कॉपीज सेल कर रहे होते हैं। हमें आप गूगल करेंगे तो आपके पास आ जाएंगी। ठीक है। अच्छा, डाउनलोड किए जी, बिल्कुल वही। ऑनलाइन तो ये अवेलेबल होते हैं और ओशा की वेबसाइट में फ्री हैं। हार्ड कॉपियां आपको खरीदनी होंगी। आपको ये अमेजोन पे भी मिलती हैं इसकी कॉपियां, मेरे ख्याल में 50 या 60 या 70 डॉलर इसकी कॉस्ट होगी प्लस शिपमेंट। तो आप उनको ऑर्डर देंगे और पे कर दें उनको क्रेडिट कार्ड डेबिट कार्ड से, तो वो आपके घर पे भेज देंगे, या कंपनी। तो आप खुद क्यों खरीदते हैं? आप अपनी कंपनी को कहें। मैं आपको इजी वे बताता हूँ। आप अपनी कंपनी को ईमेल करें, इस ट्रेनिंग के बाद जाते ही आप उनको उनके पीछे लग जाएं, उनको ईमेल करें, उनसे मिलें, उनको प्रेजेंटेशन दें, उनको एडवांटेज बताएं उसका कि भाई ये जन इंडस्ट्री और कंस्ट्रक्शन दोनों बुक्स, एक भी नहीं दोनों, कंपनी का पैसा है तो दोनों खरीदें। तो और ये कंपनी के पास पैसे की क्या कमी है? आप कंपनी को कन्विंस करके, तो और ये दोनों एक ही ऑर्डर में आपको शिपमेंट भी हो जाएंगी। ठीक है जी। हाँ, उन और लेकिन अगेन वही बात है कि कंपनी क्यों, देखें, कंपनी को जब अपना फायदा नजर नहीं आता तो वो तो $1 भी नहीं लगाएगी। लेकिन आपको, आप जब उसको फायदा बता देंगे तो वो आप $10,000 भी लगा देगी। तो आपको कन्विंसिंगली उसको लिखना पड़ेगा, कन्विंसिंगली, सिर्फ लिखने से कुछ नहीं होगा। ठीक है। तो आपने उसको ईमेल लिखनी है बड़ी, हाँ, जस्टिफाई करना होगा कि भाई उसका रिटर्न क्या होगा, कंपनी को क्या फायदा होगा, आरओआई क्या होगा उसका, बिजनेस कैसे आगे बढ़ सकता है। $200 लगा के कंपनी $2 लाख कैसे कमा सकती है, ये आपको बताना होगा ईमेल में, राइट? तभी वो आपको, वो कोई इनके लिए कोई कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। लेकिन अगर वो कन्विंस नहीं हुए तो वो आपको $1 भी नहीं देंगे। ओके। तो ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स आर आल्सो, ये इसकी एक्सप्लेनेशन है फर्दर कि भाई ये क्या है। दीज आर बेसिकली वो स्टैंडर्ड्स जो है, ये लिमिट द अमाउंट ऑफ हैजर्डियस केमिकल सब्सटेंस एंड नॉइज दैट वर्कर्स कैन बी एक्सपोज टू, जैसे ऑक्यूपेशनल एक्सपोजर लिमिट। ठीक है, उन्होंने अमाउंट लिमिट कर दिया कि भाई इससे ज्यादा, जैसे नॉइज में ले लें 86 dB है, इससे ज्यादा वर्कर्स अगर एक्सपोज होते हैं तो इससे ज्यादा अलाउ नहीं है, प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए इससे ज्यादा। ठीक है। तो ये उन्होंने ये काम किए और सर्टेन हैजर्ड्स और उन पे कंट्रोल लगा ली। अच्छा जी, हाउ टू रीड ओशा स्टैंडर्ड, ये काम की बात है, बहुत काम की बात है। तो अगर आप सो रहे हैं तो जाग जाएं, और अगर जाग रहे हैं तो पूरी तवज्जो दें। ये इस तरह से आपको लिखा हुआ नजर आता है ओशा स्टैंडर्ड 29.CFR.1926.451। ठीक है जी। अब इसका क्या मतलब है? 29 CFR क्या है, पहले तो इसको समझेंगे। CFR है कोड ऑफ फेडरल रेगुलेशन। ठीक है। CFR का मतलब ये, अ, ये जो 29 बेसिकली इन्होंने, यूएस बेसिकली इज द क्लस्टर ऑफ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, हर स्टेट के अपने अपने लॉज हैं, लेकिन 29 कोड उनके ऐसे हैं जो कि फेडरल हैं। ठीक है। तो ये जो आप ये वाला पढ़ने जा रहे हैं, ये इस 29 CFR का कोड ऑफ फेडरल रेगुलेशन का हिस्सा है, एक पार्ट है इसका, 29 CFR का। 29 कोड फेडरल है जो तमाम स्टेट्स में चलते हैं। ठीक है। अच्छा, ये हो गया 29 CFR। 1926 क्या है? इसका मतलब ये है कि ये जनरल इंडस्ट्री का पार्ट है। दिस 1926 इज, ओ कंस्ट्रक्शन, सॉरी, कंस्ट्रक्शन 19266 is part of construction in Code of Federal Regulation. ठीक है, और ये 451 क्या है? ये 451 है जी आपका सेक्शन, जो कि रेलेवेंट होगा किसी टॉपिक से उस पार्ट में, सेक्शन। और ये 451 जैसे फॉल प्रोटेक्शन, स्कैफोल्ड, ये उससे रेलेवेंट है। इस तरीके से you would be able to read an OSHA standard. कोई मुश्किल इसके अंदर, कोई कंफ्यूजन? अच्छा, इसमें आगे भी चीजें आती हैं, ये तो एक मैंने एक नट शेल में दे दिया। मैं मैनी टाइम्स ये इसके आगे ब्रैकेट 1 ब्रैकेट C, ठीक है, वो क्या होता है? वो एक जो जनरल स्टैंडर्ड है उसकी फर्दर एक्सप्लेनेशन होती है, ठीक है। उसको उन्होंने 1 2 3 और उसमें भी ABCD करके समझा रहे होते हैं कि ये इस लेट्स से 451 सेज कि भाई एम्प्लॉयर हैज टू प्रोवाइड फायर प्रोटेक्शन बियॉन्ड 6 फीट। अब ये एक जनरल पार्ट है, अब इसको ये एक्सप्लेन करेंगे मजीद छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स, सब पार्ट्स में 451 ब्रैकेट 1, वो आगे एक्सप्लेन होगा। उसको आप पढ़ेंगे तो वो उसकी फर्दर एक्सप्लेनेशन होगी कि वो जो 6 फीट की बात हो रही है, अब उसमें डिफरेंट सिचुएशंस और सिनेरियो पे भी उन्होंने बात की है। ये फिर वो आ जाता है वो, इसको हम कहते हैं शिकें, सेली शिकें भी आएंगी। ब्रैकेट 1 ब्रैकेट ABC, ब्रैकेट A, ब्रैकेट B, ब्रैकेट 5, ब्रैकेट 4, दैट्स इट। ठीक है, कोई मुश्किल? कोई भी मुश्किल, किसी भी तरह की कंफ्यूजन जो आपका दिमाग नहीं मान रहा हो, दिल या दिमाग, दोनों में से एक। सब ठीक है जी? देखिए 29 CFR, ये दोनों को मिला के पढ़ें, ये 29 कानून ऐसे हैं जो कि फेडरल है, दैट्स इट। Although this is none of your business, this is relevant to people in the US, ठीक है। यूएस क्या है? बेसिकली क्लस्टर ऑफ स्टेट्स है, हर स्टेट के अपने अपने लॉज हैं, ठीक है। हर स्टेट एक समझने का आजाद मुल्क है, सिर्फ झंडा नहीं है उनका, वो सॉरी झंडा भी बल्कि हर स्टेट का अलग अलग है, करेंसी और आर्मी नहीं है उनकी, तो हर स्टेट अपने अपने लॉज चलाती है। तो लेकिन 29 लॉज ऐसे हैं जो कि फेडरल है, जो कि वॉशिंगटन DC से हैं। तो ये 29 CFR को मिला के पढ़े कि भाई ये जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं ना 1920 ये इसका हिस्सा है 29 CFR का, ठीक है। All right. Now come to the application. Come to the application. बहुत पढ़ लिया, बहुत समझ लिया, so what? ये उस वक्त तक यूजफुल नहीं है जब तक आप उसको अप्लाई करने के काबिल ना हो। जितनी किताबें पढ़ लें आप, 1 साल में 100 किताबें पढ़ लें, लेकिन अगर आपने अमल एक पे भी नहीं किया तो सारा टाइम वेस्ट किया। पूरे साल में बेशक एक किताब पढ़ें लेकिन उस पर अमल करें, दैट्स द रियल अचीवमेंट। तो बिल्कुल इसी तरह से जी देखें कि अब हमने ये सब कुछ देख लिया। अब इसको हाउ यू कैन यूज ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स टू सॉल्व रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम्स, रियल वर्क प्लेस प्रॉब्लम्स। बहुत इजी, ठीक है, बिल्कुल इजी है, डोंट मेक इट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। आप किस तरीके से एज अ सेफ्टी गाय, एज अ सेफ्टी मैनेजर, एज अ सेफ्टी डायरेक्टर आप वैल्यू ऐड कर सकते हैं यूजिंग द ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स एट योर वर्क प्लेस। जो प्रॉब्लम मैंने यहाँ पे लिखी है, ये इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स डेली वर्क लाइफ में आती रहती है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ये इस तरह की डिबेट्स, इश्यूज, क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, ठीक है। ये एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल दी है, और बाकी एग्जांपल आप भी दे सकते हैं। एट व्हाट इंटरवल वी शुड इंस्पेक्ट PFAs, पोर्टेबल फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स। PFEs हैं, सॉरी ये इसमें ये टाइपो है, PFEs, पोर्टेबल फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स की बात हो रही है, ठीक है जी। तो हमने कब, अब कंपनी में कोई कहता है भाई वीकली करो, कोई कहता है रोजाना करो, कोई कहता है फोर्टनाइट करो, कोई कहता है साल में एक बार करो, कोई तो 6 महीने करो, ठीक है जी। एक अजीब तूफान बदतमीजी एक होती है, क्या करें क्या ना करें। हेयर कम्स ओशा, ठीक है, आप सिंपली ओशा का स्टैंडर्ड उठाएं, 1910.157 ब्रैकेट ई ब्रैकेट 1, the employer shall be responsible for the inspection, maintenance and testing of all portable fire extinguisher in the workplace. ठीक है जी। यहां मुझसे एग्जैक्ट रेफर देते हुए थोड़ी सी हमारा एक दूसरा है, इसके आगे वाला है, ई के बाद 2, जिसमें मंथली, एवरी मंथ का जिक्र हुआ है, ठीक है जी। तो मुझसे एक बेसिकली मैंने वो करना था, लेकिन मैंने उठा के कर दिया। एनीवेज, बार मैं आपको बता दूं, तो 1910.157 ब्रैकेट ई ब्रैकेट 2, the employer shall be responsible for the inspection, maintenance for all portable functions on the workplace every month, मंथली फ्रीक्वेंसी का जिक्र किया है उषा ने, वो उठा के आप उनको बता दें कि भाई हम हर महीने लाजमी इन हाउस कंपनी के अंदर से, ठीक है, ये लाजमी होना चाहिए, ये उषा की रिक्वायरमेंट। दैट्स इट। जस्ट गिव द रेफरेंस ऑफ ओशा एंड सी द मैजिक। सारी जुबानें बंद, सबके मुंह पे ताले। होगा कि नहीं होगा मुझे बताइए, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मैं प्रैक्टिकली कर चुका हूं। जी, एनी कमेंट?
इसमें question, there's a question.
Yes.
Again, this outside of US, OSHA is not mandatory. For example, Middle East, Pakistan, India, if the government is not ratify OSHA, where we cannot enforce, even the people, maybe the bosses can ask question. We don't ratify, we don't recognize the standard currently. How can we defend that case?
Yeah, it's a valid question. But again, I already explained to you, but again, I would like to give you another perspective that, see, again, OSHA is just best practices, but it's a heavyweight. It's a heavyweight. It's not a small weight. It's heavyweight. These are US laws. Although these are not mandatory in your country, but if companies say, let's say, okay, your manager says, okay, what should I do about it? This is the US. So how to tackle that? In a friendly way. Basically, you have to interact. So just tell them that these are best practices. We have to basically take the best practices and benchmark to improve our system. Although this is not mandatory, but these are just guidelines for our benefits, not for their benefits. Okay, we don't take OSHA, right? Okay, so what other alternatives we have? Take that, no problem. Let's say if you have UAE regulations available regarding that, regarding monthly inspection, take that. No one is forcing you. But again, OSHA knowledge and skills are good for everyone at workplace. If you have regulatory alternative available, go for that. If you don't have that, this is the best one. Trust me. And also, okay, okay, they say, okay, OSHA, what should we do? This is not us. This is OSHA US. Okay, fine. So what about ISO? Why we go for that? Oh, ISO is not UAE. You got it?
Yeah.
Then why NFPA? NFPA is not UAE. Why? Why we should go for NFPA? Leave that. Why an ANSI? Why we are buying PPEs as per ANSI standard? ASI is not UE. So everywhere you have to have benchmark and standard to improve, to help your safety system, not others. This is for your benefit. You're getting benefit. That's it. You are getting value of from this OSHA standard. Value. This is the exact way and convincing way. So if they say, okay, this is understood, absolutely understood. This is not mandatory. This is not law, not the law for outside US. But not everything is law. If we have to comply only law, then why we are going for ISO? Why we are going for some other a lot of guidelines available, and companies are following all that, right? Why? Because those guidelines are good for them. So just to get the value, you are quoting OSHA. That's it. And OSHA is heavyweight. Yeah, exactly. So then in this way, any other question? Claire, Iyad? In this way, you can surely able to convince them. You don't need to come into conflict, but they would also not. They won't come into conflict. I know that. That's my practical exposure. Whenever I quoted OSHA standards, no one challenged that. No one. Inam, you guys are encouraged to share your experience. Ms. Tanveer, any one of you have actually before this training used OSHA
Yes,
standard?
sir. You're agreed, sir. I am agreed with you 100%. We have to, make the importance and place the significance of that OSHA. Then definitely in past my companies accept OSHA as a, benchmark for our different parameters. So yes, I'm agree with
Very good.
यस
Yes,
सर, यस सर, हम लोग भी करते हैं ओशा की, यानी इस ट्रेनिंग से लेने से पहले ओशा के जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उनको रेफर करते हैं, और जो भी अपने प्रोसीजर्स या जो भी प्रोटोकॉल्स बना रहे होते हैं तो उसमें से रेफरेंसेस लेते थे ओशा से ना। मगर इस ट्रेनिंग से पहले मुझे ओशा के जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं कि वो उनके कितने डोमेन्स हैं, 4 ग्रुप्स हैं और किस तरह से उनको रीड करना है, तो इसकी एक क्लियर पिक्चर नहीं थी मेरे पास।
excellent, beautiful. I'm happy that you are getting value out of this training. So this is the whole purpose. So beautiful. If you get the value out of this training and you are improving, you are changing, and because there should be change after every training, after every learning. If there is no change, there is no learning, there is no training. So I'm happy that you're getting advantage, you're getting value out of this, and when you improve yourself and your company system, that's the pure value we get out of that. So the real value is basically in application. Try to apply immediately and instantly when you go back to work. Immediately and instantly, right? Standards are available online in all domains, in all subtopics. Let's say confined space, excavation, trenches, scaffolding. In every hazard area, they have defined with complete details everything. So go online. If you can buy books, encourage your company. They're going to buy for you in just few bucks, and you will be taking advantage of these books. All right. So just give reference of OSHA in your company and see the magic. Everything will be good. Yes, Inam.
you. I just get one example in my mind, my past experience. Once we have a, problem in our company few years ago that we have to put the items related to first aid box. So at that time, I recommend them the OSHA standard for the first aid kits, na? What things are required to be mandatory in the first aid box. So it's a simple little example, but yes, I also recommend this OSHA standard in my past experience.
Excellent. Excellent. So And after this training, again, this will be further intensified because now you are got trained. So you will try to utilize as much as possible, as much as you can. All right.
Sir, I
And
just
this
want
is
to add here.
yeah, yeah.
In my one of my previous organizations, they had designed their control procedures based upon OSHA standards, and there were site superintendents, and then there were safety professionals. So whenever there would be conflict between both between site superintendent and safety professional, then we would have to show them those control procedures which were chalked out based upon the OSHA standards. And I would add here something that unless a safety professional is unaware of these standards, then how would he debate with someone with performing parties that this is the standard, or this is OSHA standard? How would he refer to unless he's unaware of? And that's the best part of this training, that we are learning these standards. And just like a female colleague has shared, that now we got to know that how to read these standards, and then we can refer them to our performing parties. So this is the best part of this training, and I'm really happy that I have attended this training.
That's great. That's a beautiful. What a great feedback, Iqbal. And one thing more I would like to add:
Thank you, sir.
you're you're certified. Anyone can quote OSHA. Any safety professional, a non-safety professional that side, they can quote, they can talk with the help of OSHA. But again, from psychological point of view, they might ask you, "Who the hell are you to talk like that?" But when you say that I am OSHA trained and certified, they may not come into argument. They may not talk you further, right? So not just training, knowledge, confidence, concept, but having a formal piece of paper in shape of certificate legitimately issued by authorized trainer will also enhance your confidence, enhance your value at your workplace, because it has a commercial value as well, and it has a workplace value as well. Not just because knowledge you can gain uh, just surfing internet, reading books, but when you are guided by a facilitator, a trainer, um, you understand well. Plus, you will get certification as well, right? So again, ultimately, people ask that who the hell are you? So you can tell that not just I am having a knowledge, but I'm a competent enough to talk about OSHA because I'm a certified as well, right?
Exactly,
And
sir.
this certification is our safecon.us, our US website. Your all certificates are verifiable online, our US website instantly. Just go there, put your details. You to whom anywhere you can any person you can show instantly that my certificate is legitimate, is issued by a registered US training inspection company, SBIC, right? Okay. So we already covered that most frequently cited OSHA standards. Regarding your feedback, Iqbal, Inam, your active participation is great, and you're enjoying, Ms. Tanveer. Um, you are seeing our hard working regarding that. I invested, I worked a lot. So we expect that you will refer your. We need your support because we are continuously teaching this course. So for the next courses, next OSHA courses, we expect that you will refer your friends to these courses, right? I believe we deserve that. So I strongly request all of you students, all of you safety leaders, please, all of you friends, don't send them to crooks. And because in OSHA, there is no one arranged training. OSHA में मेरा आपको चैलेंज है, कोई भी इतनी मेहनत नहीं करता इस पहली बात तो ऑथराइज ट्रेनर कोई भी नहीं है। तो वो जो जाली भी जो बेच रहे हैं या दूसरे इदारों के भी जो बेच रहे हैं, वो भी ट्रेनिंग की जहमत नहीं करते, वो सिर्फ कागज बेचते हैं। मेरा आपको चैलेंज है, आउटसाइड यूएस आप पूरा सर्वे कर लें, सऊदीया से लेके यूएई तक, पाकिस्तान से लेके इंडिया तक। एक तो जाली, ऊपर से विदाउट ट्रेनिंग। उसके बावजूद अगर लोग उस उनके पास जा रहे हो हमें छोड़ के, तो हमारा दिल दुखेगा। ठीक है। हाँ, फिर हम यही कहेंगे कि फिर हम गलत ट्रैक पर हैं। तो हम आपसे स्ट्रांग हमारे वो रिक्वेस्ट होगी कि भाई जब हम मेहनत करते हैं, और ये जो वैल्यू है बेसिकली और लोगों तक भी पहुंचनी चाहिए। आपके तमाम कोलिग्स तक, तमाम फ्रेंड्स तक पहुंचनी चाहिए कि बिल्कुल ऑनेस्टी के साथ। बिल्कुल जी, बहुत शुक्रिया। हाँ, इनाम का फीडबैक है, आई हैव टेकन सो मेनी फीलिंग्स, बट ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग यू आर बेस्ट फ्रेंड। थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, जजाकल्ला। बेसिकली ऑनेस्ट फीडबैक होता है। अब हम इसके अलावा हम ये भी कहते हैं कि कहाँ पे हमारे आप समझते हैं कि इंप्रूवमेंट की गुंजाइश है, आप वो भी बताएं। इसके साथ साथ, क्योंकि जाहिर है हम जाहिर बिजनेस करते हैं, तो हमें आपसे सपोर्ट भी चाहिए कि भाई हमारे तमाम कोर्सेज में आप हमें, हमारी टीम को सपोर्ट करें। स्पेशली ओशा, जो हमारी खास स्पेशलिटीज हैं, कि भाई आप लोग बताएं कि भाई ओशा में तो आप सिर्फ उनके पास ही जाएं और अपने 4-5 घंटे निकालें। ठीक है, उनको रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स भी मिलेंगे, साथ में एक लाइव जूम ट्रेनिंग भी, उसका उनको बहुत फायदा होगा। ठीक है। अब ये सिर्फ सर्टिफिकेट बेचने का कल्चर चल रहा है, तो लेकिन 4-5 घंटे निकाल के उनकी अपनी ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट तो होगी, लेकिन देखें, उनको इंकरेज करें, इंड्यूस करें। ठीक है, चेंज करें कि भाई नहीं, आप खुद को चेंज करें, डेवलप करें। ठीक है, पैसे तो आपने निकालने हैं, किसी से खरीदे नहीं। एक तो वो जाली होगा, दूसरे कोई ट्रेनिंग भी नहीं। ठीक है जी। ओशा के बारे में बता चुका हूं मैं कि इसका जो ऑथराइज ट्रेनर है, वो ओटीआई से ऑथराइज होता है, उसके बाद ओटीआई का सर्टिफिकेशन होता है, और यूएस बेस्ड ही होता है। तो अमेरिका से बाहर कोई भी ओशा का नाम लेता है, वो सब जाली है। ठीक है। अगर आप उनसे बात करना भी शुरू करेंगे, तो वो फौरन भाग जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो फिर उसके बाद कोई गुंजाइश किस्म की नहीं, तो फिर कभी भी उन्होंने वो जहमत नहीं करते ट्रेनिंग देने की, क्योंकि वो कॉम्पिटेंसी की उस लेवल पे नहीं है। ठीक है, उनको पता ही कुछ नहीं होगा। वो करवाते भी ये ट्रेनिंग, तो वो कहीं से प्रेजेंटेशन ले लेंगे पावर पॉइंट और उसको पढ़ देंगे, ज्यादा ये होगा। मुझे किसी बच्चे ने बताया था कि मैंने अटेंड की थी किसी की, वो वहीं से लेके बस वो पावर पॉइंट रीडिंग हो रही थी। तो मैक्सिमम ये होगा। लेकिन इन जनरली कोई इतनी जहमत नहीं करता कि ओशा की ट्रेनिंग अरेंज करें। ठीक है। तो ओशा में तो आपको सिर्फ एक ही नाम मिलेगा। बाकी हमारी जो क्योंकि अभी इख्तितामी मराहल है, तो इसलिए मैं कुछ एक दो बस बातें रह गई, उसके बाद मैं आपको बस फाइनल वर्ड्स कहूंगा। क्योंकि जो नेक्स्ट है हमारी, वो जो ट्रेनिंग है जिसको आपको लाजमी ज्वाइन करनी चाहिए, वो है रूट कॉज एनालिसिस, आरसीए की। ठीक है, उसमें भी आपको बहुत मजा आएगा, वो बहुत इंजॉय करेंगे। मिस तनवीर ज्वाइन कर चुकी हैं, आप उनसे फीडबैक ले सकते हैं, आरसीए टीम लीडर। और उसको अटेंड करने के बाद फिर जो आपका जो रूट कॉज एनालिसिस है ना, अपनी कंपनी का सिस्टम, वो आप इंप्रूव कर सकेंगे, और सीमलेसली, कॉन्फिडेंटली आप रूट कॉज एनालिसिस कर सकेंगे, स्टेप बाय स्टेप। यानी कि किस तरह से आपने कॉजल फैक्टर्स को ट्रैक करना है, फिर रूट कॉज पे जाना है, फिर उनको फिक्स करना है, और उसके डिफरेंट टूल्स भी हमने दिए हुए हैं। तो उसको आप नेक्स्ट वीक, उसका लाइव सेशन है, लाइव का क्लास है बिल्कुल इसी तरह से। और इसके अलावा बाकी रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स और मैनुअल्स और टूल्स, वो हम अलग से आपको देंगे, पार्ट ऑफ कोर्स। राइट जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर आप सबका जो स्ट्रॉन्ग फीडबैक आ रहा है। और ये फिर आप अपने कोलीग्स तक भी शेयर कीजिएगा, लिंक्डइन पे जरूर शेयर कीजिएगा, क्योंकि लिंक्डइन बेस्ट प्रोफेशनल नेटवर्क है, तमाम प्रोफेशनल वहाँ मौजूद हैं। तो ये बात उन सब तक पहुंचनी चाहिए, ताकि ये वैल्यू सब तक पहुंचे और सब लोग डेवलप हों और ग्रोथ आए इनके अंदर। अच्छा जी, हाउ टू रीड ओशा स्टैंडर्ड के बाद हमने देखा कि ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स आप अप्लाई कैसे कर सकते हैं, हाउ यू कैन अप्लाई ओशा स्टैंडर्ड्स, रेफरिंग द रेलेवेंट ओशा स्टैंडर्ड। Okay. Now, most frequently cited OSHA standard is, we have covered that. Okay. How OSHA's actions are conducted. Um, this is the hierarchy. They give top priority to imminent danger. इमिनेंट डेंजर को वो टॉप प्रायोरिटी देते हैं जहां पे वर्कर कंप्लेन करता है कि भाई ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है जिसको अगर ठीक नहीं हुआ और काम होता रहा, तो कैजुअलिटी हो जाएगी, डिजास्टर हो जाएगा। तो वहां पे ओशा सबसे पहले भागा भागा आता है। ठीक है, ये इसको टॉप प्रायोरिटी देता है। जी बहुत शुक्रिया। मिस तनवीर का फीडबैक स्क्रीन पे आया है, आप पढ़ सकते हैं, जो हमारी आरसीए टीम लीडर की कोर्स में थी। और इसके अलावा भी कोई अराउंड द वर्ल्ड उसमें कोई 30-35 लोग थे। तो अभी जो नेक्स्ट वीक हो रही है, इसको आप जरूर ज्वाइन कीजिए। ठीक है, हमारे जो टीम मेंबर हैं वलीद, उनको आपने कांटेक्ट करना होगा उसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए। अच्छा जी, कमिंग बैक टू द पॉइंट, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ ओशा इंस्पेक्शंस। ये हायरार्की है बेसिकली, कि जहां इमिनेंट डेंजर होगा वहां पे ओशा पहुंच जाता है। फर्टेलिटी और हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन, वर्कर कंप्लेंट्स या रेफरल्स, टारगेटेड इंस्पेक्शंस। रेफरल प्रोग्राम ये क्या है? अमेरिका क्योंकि हर चीज को बिजनेस की तरह चलाता है, तो ओशा बेसिकली वर्कर्स को अपना कस्टमर मानता है। तो ओशा का एक बड़ा यूनिक प्रोग्राम है जिसमें वो बाकायदा जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम बताने वालों को रेफरल का नाम देता है और पैसे देता है। सेफ्टी की सेफ्टी, डॉलर के डॉलर। है ना मजे की बात? तो ये इनका बड़ा जबरदस्त रेफरल प्रोग्राम है जिसमें वो रेफर करते हैं उषा को, लेकिन वो हैजर्ड जेन्युइन होना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो अगर वाकई वो प्रॉब्लम उषा को मिल गई अपने इंस्पेक्शन में, तो बाकायदा वो आपको पैसे देगा, वर्कर्स को। ओके जी, टारगेट इंस्पेक्शंस, लोकल एम्फेसिस प्रोग्राम, नेशनल एम्फेसिस प्रोग्राम, ये लोकल नेशनल प्रोग्राम्स हैं। हैजर्ड्स आर इंडस्ट्रीज एंड देन फॉलो अप इंस्पेक्शंस। ठीक है, प्रीवियस इंस्पेक्शन हुआ, उसके बाद फिर सेकंड इंस्पेक्शन, थर्ड इंस्पेक्शन। ये इनकी हायरार्की है, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ इंस्पेक्शंस है। टॉप प्रायोरिटी वो देते हैं इमिनेंट डेंजर को, टू सेव ह्यूमन लाइव्स। और जी, तो अच्छा, साइटेशन के बाद पेनल्टीज, कितना जुर्माना होगा, कितने पैसे देने होंगे, ये काफी पुरानी हो चुकी है। बेसिकली अपडेटेड स्लाइड मेरे पास नहीं है, मैं आपको लेकिन वर्बली बता दूं, मैक्सिमम जुर्माना अब इनका $1 मिलियन तक हो गया। तो ये जो यहाँ पे 70,000 लिखा हुआ है, सीरियस वायलेशंस पे $1 मिलियन तक। ठीक है। ऑलराइट जी, अच्छा, ये पिक्चर मैं आपको स्टार्ट में भी दिखा चुका हूँ कि ये देखें कि ओशा ये काम करता है, ये काम है ओशा का। सर्टिफिकेट छाप के देना ओशा का काम नहीं है। इंस्पेक्ट करना, वर्क प्लेस को इंस्पेक्शन करना, क्रिमिनल्स को पकड़ना। ठीक है जी। अब देखें कि ये एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को जेल में डाल दिया हमने। ये ट्रेंच कोलैप्स हो गई थी। तो अब नाउ व्हेन इट कम्स टू कंस्ट्रक्शन, शोरिंग, शील्डिंग, स्लोपिंग, ये सब देखें कि आप देखें कि आउटसाइड यूएस आपको इतना फ्रीक्वेंटली नहीं मिलेगा। सॉइल क्लासिफिकेशन, लेकिन यूएस में ये मैंडेटरी है। यहाँ एक्सकेवेशन जॉब्स के लिए फर्स्ट थिंग कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन होना चाहिए जो कि ट्रेंड हो एक्सकेवेशन और ट्रेंच हैजर्ड्स के लिए। और फिर दैट पर्सन नोज कि कहाँ से स्टार्ट करना है और कहाँ तक मैंने अपने वर्कर्स को सेव करना है। ठीक है, अंडरग्राउंड यूटिलिटीज, सॉइल क्लासिफिकेशन, इन सब में वो ट्रेंड हो। ठीक है जी। आउटसाइड यूएस, आउटसाइड यूएस एक्सकेवेशन सेफ्टी क्या है? बैरिकेशन, पोस्ट द साइन बोर्ड, दैट्स इट। सॉफ्ट बैरिकेशन या हार्ड बैरिकेशन और साइन बोर्ड। यस और नो? एक्सकेवेशन और ट्रेंचिंग सेफ्टी में इससे आगे आपने कहीं कुछ देखा है? जी, टाइम, ओह माय गॉड, टाइम इज, हाँ, वी आर क्रॉसिंग टाइम। बहुत ज्यादा टाइम हुआ है लेकिन असल में। ऑलराइट जी, जी, चले खैर। जो मैंने अभी बात की, शील्डिंग, शोरिंग, स्लोपिंग, सॉइल क्वालिफिकेशन, क्लासिफिकेशन, ये सब, तो ये जहां देखें कि ये होगा तो किस कमाल की सेफ्टी होगी। तो ये अमेरिका में दिस इज नॉर्मल। ये जो मैंने अभी सारे नाम लिए एक्सकेवेशन और ट्रेंच सेफ्टी के। ओके जी, दिस इज ओशा वेबसाइट। ये आप कहीं नोट करना चाहें, इस पे आपको बड़े रिसोर्सेज मिलेंगे। OSHA.gov ये। और नायोश एक वेबसाइट है, ये ओशा की बहन है, ये रिसर्च करती है, ये भी बड़े काम की वेबसाइट है, NIOSH नायोश। बाकी OTI ओशा ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट एजुकेशन सेंटर्स, उनकी वेबसाइट्स पे भी रिसोर्सेज के लिए मजीद समझे सोर्सेज चीज़ों को समझने के लिए आप ये चीज़ें देख सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, बाकी रेलिवेंट चीज़ें हैं। एंड दैट्स इट। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग दिस आउटस्टैंडिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। आई होप कि आपका वक्त जाया नहीं हुआ और आपको एक वैल्यू मिली।
Thank you so much. It was great, really helpful.
Thank you, thank you very much, all of you, for this uh, uh, odd hours. These are now odd hours, odd nights, गहरी रात हो गई है, और उसके बावजूद आप सब अब साथ हैं। आपने आपने वैल्यू ली, आपने सब्जेक्ट को, ट्रेनिंग को एंजॉय किया। Just one request के इस you just one post your feedback at LinkedIn that how much you enjoyed and convey this to your colleagues, and see you in next training, which is the next week, coming up next week, root cause analysis team leader. See you soon. See you next week and see you soon for sure. So keep learning and keep growing. Thank you very much for all of you. I enjoyed a lot because you guys actively participated. So if students are taking interest, a good trainer also take interest. So this is reciprocal.
Sir, is there a second session of this today's session?
No,
Will it
no,
continue
no, just
tomorrow
one.
or
No, just
what?
one, because rest of the things you will get in shape of recording and manual part of course.
Okay.
And this is more. This is, I believe, if you talk about outside US environment, this is more than enough.
Okay, sir.
This is, I believe, more than enough regarding particularly OSHA, even regarding overall safety management. This is more than enough. Even for big certificates, for which people charge 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs done basis, no training, no classes, no one is working hard. Am I right? Just do your survey. People are just printing certificates and selling, and no one is stopping them. You're getting
So
my point?
now
No?
after this, we will have an exam, right?
Yeah, you will get a multiple choice exam as well, manual as well. Yeah, you will also get manual as well,
Okay.
and also recorded lectures as well. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. So good night, all of you guys. Keep learning, keep growing, and other resources. My team. If you are registered student, if you are not registered, rest of resources to be provided to registered students. If you're not registered, you can register with our team member, contacting our team member Waleed. He will contact you, Iqbal, and if you're registered, you will get everything. My team member will provide you everything, and also certification as well. Okay, once you pass everything, you will get your certificate as well. All right. So see you soon in our next course. Hopefully, next week, root cause analysis team leader course. So keep learning and keep enjoying and keep growing. Please post your feedback. This is must. Post your feedback at LinkedIn so that your colleagues should also aware this value. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Inshallah, we will update on LinkedIn. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Allah Hafiz
Bye.
and good night.
Allah
Hafiz.
Hafiz and bye. Good night.